So let's do roll call.
Council members Abel,
Yes.
Dennison,
Dennison here.
Lombardo, Schooler,
Here.
and Mayor Droz.
Here.
So Mayor, at this time, at your designation, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance and then immediately followed by the invocation given by Susie Dick from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. If everyone would please stand and remain standing until after the invocation.
Okay, so I asked Councilmember Schooler to say the Pledge of Allegiance. So here we go.
Please join me in the pledge of our flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America.
to the
To the
republic
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. And stay standing. We have Susie Dick for the invocation.
Thank you. Sorry.
Our dear Father in heaven, we are so very grateful for this opportunity which we have to gather this evening as a city council. We are grateful for those who are attending and grateful for those who serve on the city council and in our city, and grateful for the hard work that they do and their continued care for each of us as citizens of this community. We're grateful unto Thee, Father, for those who are here, that they will be able to get their issues heard and possibly resolved. We pray also that Thou watch over and bless our Sheriff's Department and all of those who work to keep us safe. We are so grateful for them. We are grateful for those who teach in this city and help our children learn, and grateful for them, and pray that Thou watch over and bless all of those citizens and people that are doing that. We are so thankful for the freedoms which we enjoy. We are grateful for this country where we live, and grateful for the freedom of speech that we have, and for being able to come here and to pray to Thee and do it without fear. We are so grateful unto Thee for all that Thou hast done, and we pray that Thou will continue to watch over us, bless this meeting and those who are in it, and we ask these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Susie. Now we have presentations, introductions, and recognitions. So we have the California Intergovernmental Risk Authority, CIRA update, Amy Coley, General Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is your annual update from our JPA for the town, California Intergovernmental Risk Authority. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Amy Conley, who is currently the General Manager for CIRA.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Conley, and I serve as the General Manager of the California Intergovernmental Risk Authority, or CIRA. CIRA is what is known as a risk financing pool. We are a partnership of public agencies that have joined together to share risk and protect one another from financial loss. Instead of each municipality purchasing commercial coverage individually, we have pooled our resources together with all of our members. That shared structure allows us to control costs, stabilize rates, and retain local control over how funds are used and how claims are handled. The key distinction is we are not an insurance company. I want to repeat that. We are not an insurance company. We are a public agency. I'm a public employee, just like the staff here at the town of Yucca Valley. Every dollar we manage is a public dollar. It is invested back into protecting the agencies, the employees, and the communities we serve. Our purpose is service and stability, not profit. In simple terms, pooling allows public agencies to insure themselves collectively, creating long-term financial strength and shared resilience. Tonight, I'll share how the 2021 merger that formed CIRA has strengthened that model, the benefits it's brought to the legacy members, and how today's insurance market could affect your town, along with practical steps to help mitigate those impacts. So today's agenda, I'm going to talk about 4 main points, and I promise I will do it under 10 minutes. The first one is I'll share an update on the successes of the merger and what we've accomplished together. Second, I'll talk about how the legacy member agencies, those originally from either REMIF or PARSAC, have directly benefited. Third, I'll touch base on what's happening in today's insurance market. And finally, I'll outline the steps the town can take to help reduce exposure and keep costs stable. So CIRA at a glance. CIRA was formed in 2021 through the strategic merger of 2 prior pools, one called REMIF and one called PARSAC. The result is a stronger, more resilient organization that serves now 59 members, that's municipalities or fire districts throughout the state. Protects over $500 million in payroll each year, and ultimately supports communities representing 2.1 million residents. We are member-governed and member-directed, which means local agencies like you directly shape how our pool operates. Our shared resources and expertise allow us to deliver better coverage, stronger risk management, and greater financial protection. So I wanted to talk about the merger and how this created a foundation for success. The merger's success is best reflected in the results that we have achieved. We've reduced administrative costs by combining systems and eliminating duplication, which means more of every contribution dollar goes directly to coverage and services. We've strengthened our financial position, creating a larger and more stable reserve base that helps weather market fluctuations. We've unified systems, standardized processes, and improved service consistency. And we've expanded training and coverage programs that the smaller pools simply could not have offered independently. Simply put, CIRA is stronger, leaner, and better equipped to serve our members like you. So some of the benefits to the legacy member agencies, the merger has delivered measurable advantages to the legacy agencies that were part of REMIF and PARSAC. Members now experience greater rate stability and predictability, helping with budgeting and long-term planning. We've combined the best of both programs, giving members access to broader coverages and stronger protections without major premium increases. Claims are handled faster and more consistently, and we are continuing to grow our surplus. In short, the merger created tangible financial and operational benefits. The benefits have extended beyond the basics of coverage and cost. As a larger, financially sound organization, CIRA now earns higher investment returns, which strengthens reserves and creates potential for member dividends. So unlike an insurance company where the profits would go back to shareholders or pay taxes, our dividends go directly back to our members, you. By purchasing reinsurance collectively, we've lowered costs for catastrophic coverage, something no single agency could achieve alone. We've expanded training, workshops, and engagement opportunities to help member agencies build capacity and learn from one another. And CIRA has earned the California Association of Joint Powers Authorities' highest recognition, accreditation with excellence, affirming our governance and operational standards. Shifting gears a bit, we're going to talk about the broader insurance market. It is definitely known as what we call a hard market. Premiums are rising, capacity is shrinking, and underwriting is tighter than it's been in well over a decade. Across the industry, we've seen liability rates increase by 20 to 30% and property coverage by as much as 20%. These trends are driven by global reinsurance costs, inflation in claims settlements, natural disasters, and rising litigation expenses. While no one can fully escape these market forces, CIRA's pooling model helps cushion the impact through collective purchasing power and shared risk. So what does this mean for the town? Because global reinsurance costs and loss trends affect the entire insurance industry, they also influence what every member agency contributes. Even so, CIRA's pooled structure shields the town from the worst volatility faced by agencies that buy coverage individually. Emerging risks like cyber attacks and wildfires, employment claims continue to grow in cost and in frequency, so managing those exposures locally is more important than ever. In short, while external pressures exist, the town's proactive risk management helps keep costs in check. So how can the town help control costs? The good news is that the town can directly influence its risk profile and in its turn, its contribution levels. So what can the town do? Honestly, the town can continue doing what it is doing. You guys are doing a phenomenal job with your risk profile. So I would say to continue invest in prevention and training. Every dollar spent on safety pays dividends through avoided claims. Can you continue taking advantage of CIRA's resources, from our safety grants to our HR consulting and our risk assessments? Third, continue regularly reviewing your claims data to identify trends and target solutions early. And finally, stay engaged in governance. Active members help shape policy and ensure that the decisions reflect local priorities. Those actions collectively help control costs and strengthen the entire pool. So looking ahead, CIRA remains focused on 3 key areas. First, financial stability. We are in existence more than anything to be here to pay for your claims. We're refining our actuarial practices and investment strategies to protect long-term sustainability. Second, we're looking at innovative risk transfers. We're exploring tools like captive insurance structures and loss portfolio transfers to create flexibility and potential cost savings. And third, continued service excellence. We're investing in technology, in staff development, and in transparency to deliver exceptional member value. Our goal is simple: to keep CIRA financially strong, innovative, and relentlessly member-focused. The merger has not strengthened just CIRA, but every community that we serve, including yours. Your participation, engagement, and local risk management efforts are essential to our shared successes. Together, we're building a more resilient future for California's public agencies, one grounded in partnership, stability, and trust. Thank you for your continued collaboration and for the opportunity to present here tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mayor, if I might just add a couple of additional comments. Amy touched on it today, but I just want to highlight that one of the beauties of CIRA is the member-driven participation in that. And to that extent, Deborah serves on the executive committee as well as the general board membership. And then on your agenda this evening, Mr. Lucchino will be the alternate in those capacities. And so our representation, our voice is heard in developing the policies and procedures and that strategic guidance that Amy discussed this evening. So it really is a great opportunity for the town to be able to be a partner in how risk is managed within the town. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And let's see, let's turn it to the public. Is there any public comment on this item? I see none. Anything online? No. So let's take it back to the council. Are there any questions?
No, thank you for presenting today. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and thank you so much. That was really informative.
Yeah, I remember when we first did this, how optimistic we were, and it seems like it's panning out very nicely. So thank you for the presentation, and keep up the good work.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see, what do we have next? Next, we have the approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to move the agenda as presented.
Second.
Councilmembers Abel,
Yes.
Dennison,
Dennison, yes.
Schooler,
Yes.
and Mayor Droz.
Yes. Now let's move on to the consent agenda. These are the routine matters, formal documents covering previous town council instructions. So it's just one motion. Does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda? Or first of all, are there any public comments on the consent agenda? See none online. So council members, you want to pull anything and talk about it?
Mayor, I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
Great, and I'll second it, but I do want to say I'm thrilled to see the improvements on Buena Vista, so, because I live near that road, so that's really thrilling. Anyway, so let's take a vote.
Councilmembers Abel,
Yes.
Dennison,
Dennison, yes.
Schooler,
Yes.
and Mayor Droz.
Yes. Now we have department reports. First one is number 16, Yucca Valley Aquatics Recreation Center Quarterly Project Update, which we have a tour of today.
Yep. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The item before you tonight, the recommendation is that the Town Council receive and file the Yucca Valley Aquatic Recreation Center Project Quarterly Update. And with us, we have Daniel Bringhauser from Dallin. They are the project managers for the Aquatic Center. So with that, Daniel?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. As Alex had mentioned, my name is Daniel Berghauser with Dahlin, one of the project managers on the Yucca Valley Aquatic and Rec Center. I'm really pleased to provide the 5th quarterly update on the project's progress. From July through September, construction has continued to move forward strongly and on schedule. With no recorded safety incidents to date, it's a great achievement by the entire team. For construction progress, primary structural steel erection has near completed. With that in place and the roof steel framing, the team has shifted focus into installing the metal roof decking across all segments of the building. Around the site, concrete footings have been poured in place for the photovoltaic shade canopies. Permanent power has been restored to the Musco field lights, now servicing the soccer fields, and conduits have been put into place for the future EV charging stations. In addition, the underground piping connecting the pool to the surge pits has begun. I lost the presentation here.
We're going to get you straight away here in just a second, Daniel. Hang on.
So you can see here in segment A, steel roof framing is being set into place. The metal decking has been stored up on the roof. Go over to the next image. Perfect. And then segment A, you can see the metal decking being installed and put into place. Still quite a bit of work to be done on the roof, but it's starting to help create that volume. Segment B, you can see the steel erection, the crane lifts being put into place, wrapping up that roof steel framing, the overall superstructure. Next slide. And then here's the metal decking being installed, really capping off the natatorium space. Next slide. And then here you can see the pouring of the photovoltaic shade canopies. Today you'll see some concrete stub-ups that are around the rebar. And the last one, on the interior, inside the building, installation of all electrical, plumbing, mechanical, fire alarm, and fire protection systems are actively progressing and being installed by the team. By the end of around the end of September, we started doing the installation of the metal framing, really starting to give shape and volume to each of the spaces I'm creating. Next slide. This will be the time lapse. The first 12 seconds is up to Q3, and then slows down. You can see the rest of the progress during this time. Once all the site utilities have been put into place and the pad has been certified, the verticality of this building really started to take form very quickly. So this is where we last left off with the CMU structure. And you can see the steel being put into place here to start supporting the roof deck that will be put into place here shortly. Perfect. Thank you. Oh. The last takeaway here is you can start to see the scaffolding going into place. This is to help us start doing the soffit framing for all the metal framework for around the exterior of the building. All right. Well, overall for the progress, we're very pleased with how this project is advancing. Construction is currently estimated at about 62% complete, and we remain on target for substantial completion around mid-July 2026. The next major milestone would include completing the roof installation and pouring the concrete slab on deck. And that is all I have for this quarterly update. Looking forward to the next.
That concludes staff report, Mayor and Council, so we'll be more than happy to answer any questions after public comment.
All right, thank you, Alex, and both of you. So is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item, number 16? Anyone online? I'll start when I take it back to the council now. I went on a tour there today, and it was incredible. It's like if you have irrigation in your yard at your home, you have all the little PVC pipes that are white and all the, but they have PVC pipes that are 10 times the size. It's pretty incredible. So it just looks good. Everything looks good. And I like that time lapse. You know, I should have done that in my life, like taking a picture every year of my face. But anyway, that was really great. So let's see, any other town council members? How about, let's see, Councilmember Dennison, since you're online.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would just echo the comments that you've made. I go by about twice a week, look at the facility, do a walk around, get as close as I can without disrupting the crews. But continued progression on the project is what's key. There's always movement and advancement on the project with weather conditions permitting. So I'm very proud of our team. Thank you, Dolan, and thank you, Daniel, for you and your team for doing the great work that you are. This is a groundbreaking project for our town, the biggest that we've had, and I think it'll impact our community in a positive way for the next 50 to 100 years probably. So thank you.
All right, anyone else on the council?
Sure, I got to take the tour today too, and it is impressive how so many workers, I'd say probably a couple dozen workers, are attending to all the systems over there. And everybody looks like they know what they're doing and they're moving along quickly. Great to see that, or hear that it's on schedule and 62% complete. And just thanks to all the people that are making it happen.
Yeah, I was not able to attend the tour, but I was on a previous tour, and I tell everyone I can in town if they've driven by and taken a look at the facility, and a lot of them haven't gone by yet, and some of them don't even know the location. So we still have a ways to go in promoting the site, but when they hear about it today, I drove several people by it, and they were just really impressed with what it looks like as far as the aesthetics, the design. It's not a boxy gymnasium type of look. And it just goes to show you that when you partner with the state, with the county, and with the town of Yucca Valley, what fabulous facilities can be constructed for our residents and for those outside of the town limits. What's going to be fantastic is the safety element, kids learning how to swim, year-round programming, supporting the local high school swim team, having water aerobics for people of all ages, especially the seniors that come to the senior fitness classes, and then the adaptive element where people with limitations physically can go and enjoy a pool and some water and have a safe, fun environment in which to do so. So congratulations. It's not often do you hear projects are on schedule, but it's nice to hear that, Alex. And 62% completion, mid-July, that's sooner than what we even thought. So I'm not going to hold you to mid-July, but hey, we're making progress. And as you know, we have staff out there every day working. And so far, it looks like it's been a safe work site as well. So that's a good sign. So congratulations on moving forward, and quality of life is really important in Yucca Valley because that's why we live here.
Thank you. Yeah, the completion date has moved up, right? It used to be like November next year, and then it's moved up to July, so that's pretty incredible. Thank you. And one interesting thing I heard today is they're getting ready to test the pool plumbing, and the health department has to be there to approve that. Yes. So that's something I didn't even think of. Anyway, thank you, Alex, and thank you, everybody. PRCC Commissioner Appointment number 17, I think we'll skip that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that'd be our
Councilmember-
recommendation. Just bring it back later in the agenda this evening to give Councilmember Lombardo an opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to item 18, Yucca Valley Film Festival 2025 event update. So Matt and whoever's going to speak about that, Susan will start it off. Matt was at Soda with the Bear this morning, about 10 people there, and he explained a lot about it. So you all get to hear that right now.
Mayor and Council, we're here to give you an update on the Yucca Valley Film Festival for 2025. It's a dynamic 3-day program that blends film screenings, educational opportunities, and a community engagement. And to give you the details, we have our festival director, Matt Barreau, here.
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here again to give you a quick update on the 2025 Yucca Valley Film Festival. It's going to be our 7th edition, and it's only in 2 weeks now-ish, so we are really getting ready to do that. We received this year over 400 movies that we reviewed from 28 different countries, and we brought it down to 56 movies and scripts that are going to be presented during the three days of the event. I'm just going to give you quick highlights of the festival. I'm not going to go into the details unless you have questions after that. Our masterclass headliner this year is going to be James Morrison, not to be confused with a musician. He's a little bit, ours is a little bit older. He was in Twin Peaks, he was in the show 24, he was in Steven Spielberg, Catch Me If You Can. He was in so many movies, I have a whole list, and that's James. He's gonna talk about all of that during the masterclass this year. And as you know, after the masterclass and after every screening, we have a picture signing on that side of the room where everyone in the community get a chance to meet with the artist, get an autograph, and ask a little bit more questions, sometimes more personal questions, and taking selfies also. Something new this year, for the first time, we have 2 movies, 2 short films, that have been previously selected to the Academy Awards. One in the student category, one in the short film category. That's pretty exceptional for a town like Yucca Valley and for our small community festival to have Academy Award winning and Academy Award finalist movies coming to our program. One of them is going to be on Friday night, the other one is going to be on Saturday night. Two new elements are going to happen right outside. We're going to have a new red carpet backdrop. Since 2018, we've had the white red carpet, the white backdrop with the logo of the town of Yucca Valley, and the red carpet in front of that. This year, we are moving to a much bigger one. It's going to be 20 foot long, and it's going to showcase our natural landscape, the mountains, the Joshua trees, the yucca plants, the difference in the way the light hits the mountains that we have here. It's going to be a very, very pretty backdrop, and I'm hoping it's going to be a success with the community. We'll also have an interview booth right after the red carpet. It's going to be an L-shaped booth for all the filmmakers and the community stakeholders to give a live interview that's going to be streamed on Facebook and Instagram. It's usually a promo piece, like 1-2 questions. Why did you come to the Yucca Valley Film Festival? Did you come before? That kind of stuff. Really a promotion piece to add to the marketing aspect of what we do. Community, we're going to have performances, dance performances on Friday and on Sunday night. We'll have a meet and greet on Friday with a local filmmaker with a documentary. We're going to have another meet and greet on Saturday with a stunt performer who's going to talk about the shows she's been working on, especially WandaVision from Marvel. Miss Yucca Valley is going to be participating like they did for since the beginning of the festival. They're going to help us welcome the people. They're going to help us taking pictures and driving the flow of people that we have outside and in the room. And one thing that I know is important and that has always been one of our mission is local filmmakers. We have 15 of them this year. So imagine 56 projects. 15 of them are local filmmakers, or movies that have been made and filmed locally, or returning filmmakers who've been to the Yucca Valley Film Festival before. Some of them this year are going to be there for the second time, the third time, or the fifth time. When you think that we've done the festival 7 times, when you have someone who's been here 5 times already, they're almost here every year with a new movie. That really means they like what we do. Sorry. And they just want to come back with a new movie every time. Last thing, something I didn't say this morning during the soda with the mayor. I wanted to give you a quick update on marketing, on the marketing aspect and everything that we do. We do have a pretty incredible press this year, international from the UK, from the US, people who we've talked to, we gave interviews, we showed them movies we've had in the previous years, sneak peeks of movies we're going to have this year, and we already have rave reviews, and the press apparently find it kind of exceptional how we are built around community. I go to a lot of film festivals for surveying and see what other people do, and for my own movies sometimes. And it's true that what we do here is very specific. It's really community-oriented, and even the filmmakers we bring from LA, San Diego, Texas, whatever, feel that sense of community, and that's really the DNA of what we do, and the press is picking up on that, and that makes us very proud. We're going to be taping with NBC a segment on Friday. We haven't done that in a few years previous, so it was not a negotiation, but a convincing process to get them to realize the headliners we have, the program we have, the efforts we put, and how much the community is behind us. So we're going to do the movie segment on NBC. I don't know when it's going to be released, but we're taping that on Friday. We are working with TriPepi, the town's agency for social media and everything, website and what you do, guys. We have a collaboration with them in place to collab on Instagram and Facebook at least once a week. So the masterclass is going to be the next post we're going to do with them tomorrow. We'll have the kids. We had the kids program last week, and once a week on Wednesday-ish, depending, it's social media, it can change. We have to adjust. But once a week, we have the main items on the program that are going to be promoted on town social media and on the Yucca Valley Film Festival social media and all the platforms we have. Our newsletter this year that goes out to the community, I believe most of you guys received that, is showing pretty intense results this year. People react to that. We receive emails back, and we see people applying and submitting and reserving their seats for the festival. Our website also is having record numbers because what we do this year that we didn't do as much before, we post a lot of articles. We write articles about the kids program. We write another article about Chloe, who's going to moderate the Q&As. We write another article about James Morrison. And all these articles are being shared by the filmmakers, the artists, and everyone participating, which brings people back to our website, and then which brings more attendance to the festival. And lastly, that's my last item. Oregon, who's in the room tonight also, is working on a new social media strategy, and she's much better at that than I am. And we are seeing hundreds of % increase in some data that we have. The reach of the festival Instagram page especially has exploded. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that. I'll give you more details in the after action report we'll have. But that's it. We are very excited. 7 years already, hard to realize sometimes. But we have a recipe, we have a formula, and we make it change, and we shuffle that a little bit every year. And people come back, and we are very happy to bring that to the community. And I'm going to shut up now.
Thank you, Matt. Can't believe I'm 7 years older than the first festival. That was fun.
We all are.
I've been to as many as I can be, but I will be at this year's for sure. So anyway, let's see if we have any questions from the public. So does the public have any comment about or question about the Yucca Valley Film Festival? Anybody online? Let's see, let's bring it back to the council. We'll start with Councilmember Dennison, so I don't forget about you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling me out. I would just like to say thank you, Matt, for one thing, is your enthusiasm for not just our community, but certainly the film festival, which you created and brought to our town. It's been fantastic. I like that you're having a good relationship with Pepe. It's very important to us to continue the social media outreach, to let our community and beyond understand the value that we're seeing with the film festival here in the community. You bring a great level of culture to our area and creativity, and it's recognized. And I just want to say thank you you have never diminished your enthusiasm and the product you're bringing to our town. It's fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the council?
Matt, I agree with what Councilmember Dennison said. We are blessed to have you in Oregon putting in this much work into our community and investing yourselves into this community. So thanks so much for your work. It's always top notch.
Thank you very much.
And thank you again, Matt, for presenting this, moving into our area, falling in love with it, and wanting to give back to the community, and providing some culture and some opportunities for people to go into filmmaking or become actors or start writing screenplays. The creativity, as you know, our area is known for its art community, and this taps right into it as well. And for people to come and what your film festival has done is also brought a spotlight to our area and show people exactly why we love living here. So thank you for that. And again, I think the thing that really got me and Councilmember Dennison said is, your enthusiasm has never waned one bit. I've met you every day throughout the years. Doesn't matter what day it is, you still got that same spark and enthusiasm, and along with your wife. So thank you for bringing that to Yucca Valley and the film festival. And I think both of you are a big reason why they come.
I mean, all the energy we give to Yucca Valley, it's kind of, Yucca Valley is inspiring that in us. So it works both ways.
Yeah, and I don't see any new gray hairs on you, so.
I do. Look closer. I have.
Okay.
Now. I do.
I'll squint. I squint really good. Anyway, thank you, Matt. We appreciate all you do.
Thank you very much.
So we have number 19 now, fiscal year 2024-2025 Public Works Annual Report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is one of the most important and fun subject that we like to talk about. The recommendation before you tonight that the Town Council receives and files the 24-25 Public Works Annual Report, and this report will be given by the talented employees that we have with the town. So we'll start with Dave Johnson, our street supervisor, street improvement supervisor. He's going to start with this presentation. Dave?
Okay, I got to pull this down. I'm a little short. Good evening, Mayor, council members, citizens, and staff. My name is David Johnson. I'm the maintenance supervisor assigned to the street division for the town of Yucca Valley. I will be presenting the street maintenance section along with the fleet maintenance section of the Public Works Annual Report. The town's street maintenance division currently consists of 4 positions. There are 2 skilled maintenance worker 2 positions, 1 lead skilled maintenance worker position, and 1 supervisor position. This is a dedicated team of skilled individuals with the responsibility to maintain over 150 miles of pavement, 2.58 miles of dirt roads, along with all signs, pavement markings, line-of-sight obstructions that are within the town limits. Mother Nature was kind to the street division last year. As you know, in the past, we had quite a few rainstorms that caused us a lot of mayhem. Between July 1 of 2024 and June 30th of 2025, this community experienced only 4 large rain events, totaling 2.83 inches of precipitation. Only 2 of these events required removal of debris and sand from the roadway. After these storm events, the street division responded immediately to remove dirt and debris from the roadways, attempting to maintain safe conditions for motorists. Removal of debris after these storms lasted 3 days each time, and sweeping began immediately following. The town of Yucca Valley is currently under contract with Quality Street Services to provide street sweeping and cleaning services. Street sweeping can last over 2 months after heavy rains. It takes approximately 56 to 60 days of sweeping at 8 hours per day to sweep every road within the town of Yucca Valley. Following rain events and periodically throughout the year, shoulder maintenance helps prevent the loss of the edge of roadway and provide a safe place for traffic to enter and exit the roadway. Thanks to the funding from Measure Y and a break in the weather, the town has been able to address some key locations for improvements that will prevent future erosion damage in the public right-of-way. Here you can see my nemesis, which is the intersection of Castro and Avila. I've been dealing with the erosion at this intersection for about 29 years. We've finally got something in place I believe will prevent that from going away again. Many of these locations have been in a state of disrepair for some time, and hopefully these improvements will make a lasting difference in the endurance of our infrastructure. A key component in the preservation of the town's infrastructure is the use of rolled asphalt berms. The town's infrastructure is aging. The asphalt berms that were installed decades ago are weakened and extremely prone to failure. The failure of these berms that have protected the edge of the roadway can lead to serious damage to the road and public right-of-way, as well as private properties adjacent to these failures. Town of Yucca Valley is currently in the process of repairing berm issues facing the community. In fiscal year 2024-2025, approximately 9,000 linear feet of broken or missing berm were repaired, which satisfied more than 50 citizen requests. Thanks to the funding from Measure Y, a maintenance contract has been awarded to Delta Group, and these repairs will continue in the upcoming years. Our current year, we are working on approximately 10,000 linear feet of repair. And there is always the issue of potholes. No matter what preventative measures are applied, there will always be minor failures in the asphalt. These failures lead to openings that will grow and create everybody's best friend, the pothole. With over 150 miles of roadway, the most common way staff is alerted to the presence of potholes is by citizen request. It is through direct involvement of our concerned citizens that we can meet the needs of the community and provide the level of service that we do. In fiscal year 2024-2025, the town staff laid more than 84,000 pounds of cold patch asphalt, filling potholes and cracks in the roads. Staff is made aware of these issues through work requests that are received in the government outreach system, by phone calls, and emails. By being vigilant about repairing potholes and cracks, the street division is attempting to extend the life of the town's roadway assets. Another function that was performed during the year was the overlay of Pueblo Trail. With several new staff members, this offered an opportunity for training on town's asphalt paver, compaction roller, and general asphalt application techniques. While gaining significant experience, staff was able to make some much-needed improvements, and that road was definitely in bad shape. Along with more than 150 miles of paved road, another function of the town street division is maintenance of a little over 2.5 miles of dirt road. Heavy storms can cause severe erosion to dirt roads and at times make these roads almost impassable. Multiple pieces of heavy equipment are used to repair and maintain dirt roads, including a grader, the skip loader, front end loader, and a dump truck. At times, hundreds of tons of material must be imported to fill deep erosion and restore safe, level driving surface. Through routine maintenance and active follow-up after storm events, the street division attempts to provide safe, passable dirt roads within the maintained system. A critical aspect of street maintenance is signage. Street signs not only give direction and instruction for motorists, but warn of potential hazardous conditions to be avoided. Signs that have been blown down due to heavy winds, that have been vandalized, or have been struck by automobiles in the right-of-way are replaced as soon as possible. Old and deteriorated end barriers and signs need to be replaced in order to keep motorists aware of changing roadway conditions. The town of Yucca Valley is currently more than 3,500 street signs and 1,500 street name signs within the maintained system. The project to replace 1,257 street name signs town-wide has been completed. The project provided the community with a uniform appearance at all intersections. Street division installed these signs at a rate of approximately 100 signs per month for 13 months to achieve compliance with state and federal regulation. As part of the project, the town of Yucca Valley coordinated with Caltrans staff to replace the street name signs at the signalized intersection of SR 62. As part of our efforts to make the roadway safer, the town's street maintenance division is in the process of evaluating all pavement markings within the maintained system. This project is approximately halfway completed, and we're hoping to have a comprehensive evaluation complete and plans for repairs and improvements very soon. The street division is also responsible for maintaining pavement marking in 5 school zones. There are 17 school marks, 2 slow school marks, 4 keep clears, and 13 crosswalks spread over 31 different locations that are refreshed at the beginning of every school year. These pavement markings are refreshed every year at the beginning of school and sometimes during Christmas vacation to help provide children safe access to and from the local schools. A new technique is being practiced for the refreshing of pavement marking in our school zones. Pressure washing of the thermoplastic markings offers a longer lasting clean appearance, which reduces the amount of time spent refreshing the markings and keeps the lanes of travel open for traffic. So we don't have to close the lane this way and traffic can continue through without us being an obstruction in the right-of-way. Refreshing the crosswalks in the school zone alerts drivers to the fact that children may be present and provides children walking to and from the schools with a safer path in the public right-of-way. Refreshing the pavement markings in the school zones typically takes the street division a week to complete. Additionally, the crosswalk at Town Hall and the directional arrows at the community center parking lots get refreshed to facilitate smooth movement of traffic through that complex. There are also 371 linear feet of red curb that gets repainted every year, most of which is at Yucca Valley High School, but also at the Yucca Valley Animal Shelter and other locations around town. We have 6 speed radar units in the school zones and 12 flashing lights that the street division programs at the beginning of each year and periodically goes through to check and do routine maintenance on. An additional responsibility for the street division is the maintenance of the town's vehicles and equipment. The town currently has 23 licensed vehicles, 8 trailers, and 42 specialized pieces of equipment in its inventory the staff uses to perform their daily functions. Many of the minor repairs needed are performed by the talented members of our staff, while larger and more complicated repairs are sourced out to professional service providers. This concludes the street and fleet sections of the Public Works Annual Report. At this time, I would like to turn over the presentation to Joe Bowers, the Park Maintenance Supervisor.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council, staff, and citizens. My name is Joe Bowers. I'm the supervisor for the Parks Division of the Public Works Department. The town's park maintenance crew has 1 part-time maintenance worker 1, 3 maintenance worker 2s, 1 lead maintenance worker, and 1 supervisor. We're a highly dedicated team with over 50 combined years working for the town of Yucca Valley, operating 7 days per week, year-round. Parks Division's responsibilities consist of taking care of 19 acres of turf at parks and town facilities. We also maintain an irrigation system that allows us to monitor water usage and alerts us on system deficiencies. The town uses approximately 28 million gallons of water per year that flow through 230 irrigation valves. We take care of parking lot striping and maintenance. We also maintain the pool and all the equipment to keep it running in good order. We do vandalism repairs such as painting, pressure washing, along with litter and trash removal. We maintain the playground equipment, do repairs and inspections monthly. At the community center, we have 5 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed. We prune the trees as well as do all the landscaping. We check and maintain the playground equipment, and we do the softball infield maintenance. At Brem 1, we have 2 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed. We do infield maintenance on the softball field, prune the trees, as well as do all the landscaping. Currently at Brem 2, we have 4 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed. We prune the trees as well as take care of all the landscaping, check and maintain the playground equipment, and do the Miracle League field maintenance and maintain the shade structures. At Jacobs Park, we have 3 tennis courts and 4 pickleball courts that we maintain. We blow off the courts weekly and wash them when needed. We also prune the trees and take care of the landscaping. We check and maintain the playground equipment, and we use the tractor to drag out the weeds and groom the 2 baseball diamonds along with the open areas and the retention basin. At Essig Park, we have 2.5 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed. We prune the trees and do the landscaping. We pressure wash the dog park sidewalks and check and maintain the playground equipment. We also drag the weeds with the tractor in the open areas, and we maintain the drainage area to prevent flooding during heavy rainstorms. At Macris Park, we have 1.5 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed. We prune the trees as well as do the landscaping. We do infield maintenance on the softball field. We check and maintain the playground equipment, and we drag the weeds with the tractor in the open areas. At Paradise Park, we have 1 acre of turf. We perform irrigation repairs. We prune the trees as well as do the landscaping, and we check and maintain the playground equipment as well as the basketball courts. At Tri-Valley Little League, we have 3 acres of turf. We perform irrigation repairs as needed, and we perform infield maintenance on all 4 of the baseball fields weekly. At North Park, we do litter control and we clean up vandalism on the hiking trails and the parking area. On the weekends, we have 2 dedicated employees that take care of the parks throughout town. They clean all the restrooms, change out the trash cans as needed, perform litter control, and fill in the wood chips on the playgrounds. Once the parks are done, they perform most of the weed abatement throughout town and perform vandalism repairs. The Parks Department also maintains an additional 7 irrigated landscaped areas. At Founders Plaza, we perform irrigation repairs and we prune the trees as well as do the landscaping. We also clean the restrooms on the weekends and we take care of any vandalism that is found. At Remembrance Park, we do the irrigation repairs if needed and we repair damage from vehicles or from vandalism. At the Welcome Center, we perform the irrigation repairs and we do the major tree pruning. At the Public Works Yard, we perform irrigation repairs and we prune the trees as well as do all the landscaping there. And we'll drag the weeds in the front of the statue monument that's out front. At Park and Ride, we perform irrigation repairs as needed, we prune the trees, and we perform litter control in the open areas and the desert lot. At the animal shelter, we perform irrigation repairs and we also do the major tree pruning at that facility. At the branch library, we also perform irrigation repairs and we prune the trees and perform litter control. And Mariposa is still continuing to help us out at numerous sites. They've been a big help with our beautification process of the landscaped highway medians, the outer highways, the animal shelter, Park and Ride, Remembrance Park, and the branch library, as well as the Welcome Center. The Parks Division currently maintains the hardscape medians. We spray the weeds monthly and remove anything bigger than about a softball. In addition to the parks and irrigated landscaped areas, the Parks Division maintains non-irrigated areas and town undeveloped lots, performing weed and litter abatement. This lot here is the retention basin that is west of the BMX track. And this lot here is at the new branch library, which was recently purchased by the fire department, so we will no longer be maintaining this lot. The parks crew addresses vandalism as soon as it's noticed or reported. We pressure wash or paint when we come across graffiti. The replacement of trash cans, picnic tables, playground equipment, the repainting of public restrooms, and the removal of graffiti is costly and time-consuming. At the Yucca Valley Community Pool, we do daily inspections on the water chemistry and the pump room equipment. When we do weekly maintenance, it consists of us cleaning the pool and the covers along with backwashing the filter. Pool repairs including pumps, check valves, and electrical systems are performed year-round. The parks crew does major projects throughout the year. Some of the projects we did this year include storm cleanup at the parks. This is on the backside of the community center at Cassia. We performed major irrigation repairs at numerous parks. Irrigation repairs are a year-round process. Here we are seeding and top dressing the sports fields in the spring for the upcoming season. We added 240 yards of wood chips to Macris and Essig playground areas for safety this year. One of the biggest projects we did this year was installing LED lights at numerous sites. This is a before and after of the pickleball court at Jacobs Park. We changed most of Jacobs Park lighting to LED and most of the parking lot lights throughout the entire town. This has resulted in tremendous energy cost savings and increased safety. Here is a snapshot of an Edison bill with a usage comparison from Jacobs Park from 2024 to 2025. We were able to save $539 in just 1 month compared to the previous year at this one park. We added up all the kilowatt per hour savings based on all the LEDs we've installed so far, and we're quite surprised with the numbers. So we finished in March, and we spent about $8,000 on LEDs. So we've already got the money back that we spent on the LEDs, and everything else now is just back into the general fund. And to wrap up some of the bigger projects we do, here we are repairing the basis of the softball fields and fixing the lip while we were adding clay. As the park supervisor, I was able to work with contractors on some of the bigger projects. Here's a few trip hazards that we had replaced at the community center and at Jacobs Park. This one here is at Brem 1 behind the dugout. I was also able to help design the new playground in Macris Park with some ideas from my kids. And we got Miracle Field completely resurfaced with a 10-foot fence put up around it. And this concludes the Parks Maintenance Division section of the Public Works Annual Report. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to James McCubbin, the Facilities Maintenance Supervisor.
Hello, Mayor, Council, staff, and citizens. My name is James McCubbin. I am the Facilities Maintenance Supervisor for the town of Yucca Valley. Facilities Division consists of 3 full-time positions, 2 part-time positions, 1 temporary position. Facilities Division maintains room rentals, setup, and tear downs ranging from 5 to 7 days per week operations, including holiday events throughout the year. Facility staff works closely with recreation staff to ensure a positive experience for user groups and citizens. Here we are with a bingo setup that's been moved over here to the Yucca rooms. It's where we've been remodeling our senior center. Facilities Department assists with setups and teardowns for holiday events and special events such as Veterans Day celebrations, craft fair, Halloween spectacular, Christmas tree lighting, film fest. There's a photo of the Veterans Day celebrations. We assist with setups and provide audio and visual for private events held in the Yucca room as needed. Facility staff maintains over 20 structures town-wide, including community center, town hall, senior center, community development, museum, Macris Park, Jacobs Park, Rem, Paradise, Essig, library, welcome center, new Founders Plaza. Here's some pictures of staff putting up banners and doing their thing, cleaning the museum. Clearing drains at the animal shelter, providing prepping stage for the summer concert series. The old museum at Jacobs Park that currently serves as storage for the Recreation Department received a gov outreach about the condition of the paint. Town staff pressure washed the building, scraped, applied primer and paint to improve the appearance of the structure for all the attendees at the park. Staff received notice of trip hazard at the Welcome Center during the year. Welcome Center staff asked if it was possible to install a handrail, as there are no handrails at the steps or ramp entering the building at the Welcome Center. Staff installed a handrail at the steps and at the entrance of the building to provide greater safety to the visitors at the Welcome Center. Staff received notice of scoreboard on Hoffman Field not functioning, contacted tech support, and were able to assist in diagnosing a failed digit panel. Upon inspecting the panels, several of them showed significant deterioration. It was determined to replace all of them. This helps ensure a positive experience for all who use the fields. Staff was inspecting the site at the BMX track for a possibility of a new user group using the site, and we found homeless individuals were accessing the site and had broken into existing structure. The structure was determined to be unsafe and had significant damage. It was decided to take down the structure for safety purposes and clean up the site for future use. Here we have a range at the senior center that had a failed burner system, creating a safety hazard for FSA staff and inefficient operation. Staff ordered and installed 2 new 6-top ranges, replacing the old obsolete 12-top range. This new range provides greater efficiency and ease of use in cleaning and helps the FSA staff provide their services to the senior citizens at the senior center. At the parking lot in Tri-Valley, we had an old electric service panel for Tri-Valley Little League snack bar located in the parking lot had been hit on several occasions. The pole was recently hit and knocked down, and at the direction of staff, the contractor relocated the panel inside the fence at Tri-Valley and replaced the panel. This provides a much safer environment in the parking lot at that site. Here we have a 50-amp RV outlet at the animal shelter. Staff worked with local contractor CNS Electric to identify space in the existing panel to provide a 50-amp RV outlet for mobile clinic services at the animal shelter. The contractor utilized existing conduit with minimal trenching and installed a new 50-amp breaker and RV outlet in a lockable outdoor enclosure next to the public parking lot. And we have since held events there allowing the mobile clinic to provide spay and neutering services there. Facilities projects, new roof installation at the Welcome Center. The existing roof is nearing end of its useful life and in need of replacing. The old roof had multiple layers that have been laid onto it over the years and was getting air pockets and delaminating. Crews removed several layers of laminate and disposed of trash daily. Operations at the Welcome Center were uninterrupted, and they were able to do this work and they keep their services going for the citizens. Crews identified an issue with the junction box mounted on the stucco wall that was covering a hole with an electrical penetration in one of the parapet walls. Town staff shut off power, disconnected conduit, and made necessary repairs to the stucco and painted so they could continue their work. Crews laid down a new PVC roof membrane roof that provides durability and energy efficiency at the site. Here's some before and after pictures of the roof. It's a much more reflective, much more energy efficient system compared to what was there before. A lot cleaner look and easier to maintain. Facilities projects set up for the senior center operation in the old library. Facility staff provided cleanup and repairs in the old library. This included electrical and drywall repairs, installation of cabling to provide phone and internet services, moving of all furniture into the temporary location. We had to clean up electrical boxes, clean carpets, repair toilets in there to ensure that they were functioning properly, and install new soap dispensers and whatnot. Facilities worked with local contractor Dan's Carpet to clean the carpet as best as possible in the old library and set up all the furniture over there, and the senior center staff has been able to provide for all activities and services in the temporary space, along with utilizing space at the community center. Facility staff has been assisting FSA as needed to provide efficient service to the seniors in the old library. We have assisted them with moving any kind of food items or utensils that they need over to the site to get them across the parking lot while they're providing their services over there. New flooring at the Community Development and Public Works Office. This project consisted of removing and replacing approximately 6,000 feet of flooring. Floors at the Community Development Office were old and in disrepair and needed replacing. Over a one-week period, staff cleared their workstations and crews moved furniture, demoed and installed new flooring in sections during after hours to allow uninterrupted operations at the Community Development Office during this process. Old carpet was replaced with resilient commercial carpet tiles. As you can see, that carpet was in pretty rough shape. Facilities projects, senior center remodel is ongoing and nearing completion. Staff has been busy helping FSA with the process of navigating the site and ensuring security at the site during this process. And it's coming along nicely. There's new sidewalks there at the site and some of the interior shots as we're nearing closing. Lobby and office spaces, restroom improvements. Scheduling and coordination is always important with all the different user groups, meetings and special events. Flexibility and customer service are always top priorities. Over the period of 1 year, average number of setup and teardowns is over 5,000, 99% here at the community center. We do our best to continue meeting the expectations of the community. 23 town buildings totaling more than 75,000 square feet of indoor space. Among other things, this includes sweeping, mopping, and waxing 26,000 square feet of floor tile, vacuuming and cleaning 18,300 square foot of carpet, washing 6,000 square feet of glass, cleaning 50 plus toilets and urinals, care and servicing of 245 doors and 700 light fixtures, 5,256 setups setups and teardowns annually. And that concludes my portion of the report.
Mayor and council, that concludes staff report, and I just want to give them a hand for what they did. Thank you, very awesome. I will be happy to answer any questions following public comment.
All right, thank you so much. Let's see if the public has anything they want to ask you or comment on. So is there anyone here in person that would like to comment? Yes, come on up.
Melissa Spur, Josh Whittree, and I hope this is relevant. You mentioned the dog park. The dog park is beautiful. You guys have done a good job maintaining it. But there was a change when it was renovated, and they took out one of the fountains, which is near the entrance. And that's made a big difference, especially, I mean, the fountain at the far end of the dog park recently broke, and people had to go over to the small dog park. I'm talking about the big dog park. And I would love it if you could reinstall that, and the dogs would love it too, reinstall the water fountain at the near end, near the entrance. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the public? Have someone else?
I'm Sandra Hamlin. I just want to say thank you to David. I called him. I live off Buena Suerte in Bandera. And when it rains, you know,
Yeah, I remember.
he calls it his nemesis. It's the rocks just block the road. I popped a tire last year, and I decided I was not going to do this year. So I got the broom out. I swept as much as I could. But he came over and took care of the rest, and he was there that morning. I just want to say thank you. He saved a lot of people's tires.
Thank you, Sandra. Anyone else? We have someone else here.
Yeah, I want to find out why Kickapoo never gets graded after rains. When you go past right at Kickapoo and Mountain View, it's always rutted out. The neighbors bring out their machines and fix it. But really, you guys should be taking care of it. It should be getting graded every single time, because it doesn't matter how much rain there is. It can be just a little drop, and that thing gets rutted out. And right now, it's whoop-de-woos right there. So maybe someday.
Thank you. And anyone else in the public, in person? No? Anyone online? No. So let's take it back to the council. Who wants to start? Let's see. Councilmember Dennison, you want to start again? so I don't forget about you up there floating around.
I've brought this up over the years. One of the things that I've enjoyed the most is the update from all of our crews out there. We didn't do that up until just a few years back, and for the first few presentations, it was kind of uncomfortable for all those guys that work so hard for our town to come in front of us and the public and present and talk about the things that they do. David, great job. You talked about the dirt roads in the rural area. We do have many miles of dirt roads. One thing I've always appreciated and I was glad to bring up was the signs. We've gone through a transition in signs in our community, and I believe navigating our town is one of the most important things we can do that everybody benefits from, especially people that are not familiar with our area. So thanks for that. The maintenance that you do is great. You mentioned one thing that I want to reinforce to everyone in our community is reporting of the public. So when the public sees something, please report it to our community. There's many ways. You can call the town clerk, you can call Public Works, but somehow we'll get the message and we'll get it fixed. That was very important, as we've seen when Joe started talking about the vandalism repairs that they do in our community. We get on vandalism, we take care of it immediately, and we try and prevent people gaining traction in that area where they're destroying our facilities. With 19 acres of turf, that's a lot, but our community deserves it, and I've always appreciated that. We're not a community where we can have grass everywhere in our own private yards, so we build community areas for gathering and for recreation, and it's a big deal, and it's not easy to take care of. 19 acres is a huge piece of property, and it's beautiful too. I was sad to see the North Park vandalism that you had talked about and had some images of, but I'm glad we're there. So, and one thing we worked on in the past, we want to continue to support this. We contracted out some of the stuff that is routine maintenance and keeping you guys out there with your highly skilled crews to do the hard stuff for our town. So Mariposa contract, I'm glad that it still continues to be a benefit to our town, and it keeps our medians clean, and we're saving up our high skilled workers for the other things that we've been talking about. And this is one of the greatest things that I saw. We've been working on this for a while, trying to save and everywhere, be very conservative and efficient. And the LED savings that you did with our lighting systems, and you had the numbers right there to demonstrate to our community of how we're already recovering the investment, and now we're year after year saving, and that's great. So, and one more thing, Joe, is a thank you to your kids for helping you out on some of your projects for what kids really want in our recreation areas. And James, I see you probably the most out there because you're at the town hall a lot. Set up and tear down. I'm very appreciative of what you do for all of us, even the room that you're in today. You do a lot of counsel. It's not unnoticed. I see all the great things you're doing. And with the museum, Jacob's area looks great. One thing that I'm very proud of, the hard work that you did, that is a short-term project, but you jumped right on it. You and your crews doing the transition from our existing senior center into our older museum, and keeping that availability to our seniors, to the activities and the nutrition programs and the socializing that they have, and that hasn't missed a beat. Everyone loves it over there, and we'll be back in those in the new senior center soon. So thank you to everyone there. I appreciate everything you do a lot. It's and I've said it many times, it's the best report that I receive throughout the year is what you're doing out there on the streets for the public. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, any other council members? Councilmember Schooler.
Sure. Thank you guys for the report. Very thorough. Actually, it's not as thorough as it could be because I know you do even a whole lot more than what you're able to to show us here. And all three of you, what you and your crews do are the kinds of things that if they're going right, you don't hear a whole lot of feedback on that, but let anything go a little bit off and you will hear about it. So just know that we appreciate it. We know that you're touching an awful lot of bases that we don't even see. And it's easy to let, or it could be easy to let details go by the wayside and consider them unimportant. But drinking fountains at parks, tree trimming, all of those things, that just, could be passed off, aren't being passed off. It's being done. The facilities are first class, parks are first class, roads, great for the small crew that you got. Even if it was a bigger crew, you guys are doing a great job on that. I'm always touched by how far the parks have come since my first association with them, when we were fighting for every blade of grass, and now we have turf fields at all the parks and around them. We're able to maintain them, and they are being maintained well. Taking over Tri-Valley Little League fields, big improvement, and the community comments on that all the time. What a great improvement that is, that you guys are out there taking care of it. And your event support for the change of well, like the bingo and the senior lunches, but the everyday switchovers that you have to do for activities and events. And I know that those that put together activities and events throw you a lot of curves. It can happen, but you guys are really good at rolling with it and making it look seamless. So great job on that. I do have a couple of questions. I know Mariposa is on board and taking care of a lot of things. We used to use a work release crew. Do we use that at all anymore?
So we were getting about one person for maybe 2 weekends out of the entire year. And from my understanding, there was a law that was passed that they can basically get an ankle monitor or they could do work release. But they used to do the work release because the ankle monitor was $60 a day. Now it's free, so all of them are on an ankle monitor, and we weren't getting anybody to come in on the weekends. So we were fortunate enough to have you guys give us permission to get a part-timer. So we have a full-timer and a part-timer that are working on the weekend, and they're doing a majority of our weed abatement and stuff. But what we were paying for insurance for the work release and how much we were actually getting out of them over the year, it didn't make sense.
Okay, good to know. I was just curious about that. And also, Joe, you mentioned that the Parks crew takes care of graffiti among the other vandalism issues. Is that graffiti, no matter where it shows up in town, you guys go out and take care of that?
Yes, unless it's something on like split face rock and it has to be sandblasted, we'll have to hire a company to come out and sandblast, but most of the stuff we take care of ourselves, painting, pressure washing, changing out fixtures that they throw rocks at. James does that kind of stuff all the time. Broken sinks, he's been replacing those, and toilets. It's just an ongoing battle, but we try to take care of it as soon as we see it.
You do a great job with that. I'm one of those council members that takes pictures of graffiti and sends it in, and you guys are on it. It's important to get rid of it quickly, and you guys do that. So all three of you, great job, great report. Thank you.
Anyone on my right? Councilmember Lombardo?
I think these conversations are a great opportunity for the public to see how much you guys really do accomplish in a given period of time. I think it's good for them to understand that the town staff works very hard to maintain and take care of the properties that we do have. It saddens me to hear about the stories of vandalism and to know that those are things that happen. We try very hard to get our community to buy into the idea that Yucca Valley is a unique and special place. And people that vandalize the hard work and beautiful structures that we have just really tears me apart. I'm glad that you're able to get on those things right away and repair them or get them back into looking good again. It seems that when things get deteriorated, it just seems to snowball and get worse. And I appreciate very much your hard efforts to get things back to looking right. And I hope that the community can rally around our facilities and report things when you see them happening so that we can keep them in tip-top shape like you have as evidenced by your report. Thank you for your hard efforts, and we'll try in every way to support and continue the hard work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that you do and your staff. Please pass that on. We are very, very appreciative. I was really thinking the small numbers, you have like departments of 4 or 5 people, and some of them are part-timers, and it's amazing. I've said this before, we had a family of 4 at one time in my house, and we couldn't maintain our own yard and house, like you guys do the entire town. So, it's amazing what can be accomplished and what you have to do with what you have. Maybe it's a question for Alex, but what happens when this is a staff, each department's like 4 or 5 people. What happens when somebody's on vacation? What happens when somebody's sick? How do we respond to that?
I'll let them respond to that. So,
Okay.
because they deal with it on a daily basis. Go ahead.
Suck it up and get it done. We really have adapted. We've become very proficient at our jobs. Each of us has a lead worker that can fill in our absences as supervisors. But we've just come to the determination that there is a mission to accomplish. And even when there is shorthanded right now, I am down one person. My most recent lead worker resigned and moved to Texas. So we've backfilled his position by promoting from within, but we now have a vacancy.
Okay.
And so we're waiting to fill that vacancy. So I'm down a man. I have a vacancy in the crew, and we're still getting it done as best we can. We get done what we can, as much as we can, as best we can.
Well, I appreciate it, and I know our human resources person, as they're going through the interview process with people, it's like, this is a small, tight team that counts on each other to row. Man or woman who are on the job have to show up and do their best, because it's not fluff. I mean, I'm looking, each department there's not one department fat and sassy while the others are struggling. You're all really working on a very tight, as we know, we have a very tight and limited budget here in the town of Yucca Valley, so we can't just concentrate monies in one particular area, because it causes suffering somewhere else. So if we're doing something one place, we need to realize what the ripple effect is as well. And as council members too, we have to think of what we ask of staff to do has to be performed, and it seems like, oh, it's just a minor thing we're adding, and you guys are like, oh my gosh, one more thing, and we have to do that. So we have to be conscious of our decisions and how it affects the people on the ground. And I was thinking that getting all your staff together and taking pictures, you're really our hometown heroes. You're the ones, I mean, all of us, people come and talk to us or pat us on the back, or we're at a social event and they talk to us and all that, but you guys on the ground, the men and women are doing your job, are the ones that make this place really work. So we really appreciate it. And I think it's really good that staff has you come in person and share to remind us how much work and sacrifice you folks are making to carry out a vision that we might direct. Again, Dr. Lombardi, you spoke well. Councilmember Dennison mentioned about, letting us know, or Council Lombardo was saying, let us know. One of the easiest things that I've seen, and I direct people when they call me, go online, do the online report. There's a drop-down menu, get it out. And it's not the first time I've heard people call me and say, I put in a request, and the next day there was somebody out there fixing the pothole in front of my house. And it makes us look so good, but I make sure and tell staff to pass it on, because it doesn't, like you said, it doesn't go unnoticed. Like Councilmember Schooler said, when you set up and break down or do things, we really do appreciate it. So again, a great job. I would love $1 for every time I saw a couple covered in grease and dirt guys in that swimming pool hole working on that pump. It seems like they're constantly trying to keep that thing alive. So it'll be really nice when we get our new facility, and I'm assuming you guys are going to have to go through some training to maintain that kind of technology, but I know we've been holding that thing together with Band-Aids and duct tape and baling wire for years. So I appreciate it. We probably got one more full summer we need to do that again, but thank you for all your hard work.
Yeah, and I just want to say thank you. I echo everyone's thoughts, and I think it's amazing. I think you lost a few people in the last 1 or 2 years, correct? They retired? Yeah, and you guys have jumped right in, and you're taking the lead. So thank you for everything you do. Every time I see you out there, I'm like amazed. You know, I wish I could get you to work in my yard, but anyway, thank you, and we really appreciate it. So receive and file. Okay, so would this be the time to go back to item number 17?
That would be great.
Okay. Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Commission appointment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this item is to appoint a commissioner to our Parks, Rec, and Cultural Commission. As you recall, the council did review these applicants back in August, and one of the Councilmember Lombardo's nomination was not appointed at that time. So we're back with that to ask Councilmember Lombardo for his nomination. And this would be, the appointment would be for a term expiring January 31st, 2029. The appointment or the position on the commission was due to Commissioner Kiesling stepping down this past June. So to report, we did have a wonderful recruitment process. We had a great turnout, lots of very unique, talented people stepping up for consideration. And so now I just want to ask Councilmember Lombardo if he's ready for a nomination.
Okay. There were a lot of really qualified candidates, and it was a difficult thing that to choose just one person. Replacing Ed Kiesling was very difficult. He did a lot for our community and was very involved in the art world and served as a very good commissioner. I think I found a good choice in Kim Monet as the replacement. She has qualifications as a teacher, retired, has been in our area for a long time. She's a very good communicator, and I think she will be a great addition to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Committee. I'm looking forward to her insight on to how to handle the Founders Park events. It might be a little bit out of her repertoire at first, but I'm sure that she's a creative and intelligent person and will find some wonderful uses for that space, as well as the many other projects that the Park and Rec and Cultural Committee has going and will be doing in the future. She's good at working with children, and I think that'll be an important part of the Park and Rec. And I think she's a person with high integrity, and I think she'll be a good addition. So I would like to nominate Kim Monet. She is here. She's in the corner there. You want to come up and say something? No, no. Please do. Come on up.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Dr. Lombardo, for the nomination. I really am excited about working with the commission. And more than that, I'm really excited about being able to give back to my community. You know, I've been here, gosh, every time, how long I've been here, I think since 1980. I've raised 2 children here. I've seen our town grow. I get excited about what's going on, and I'm really happy to be able to be a part of that.
Well, very good. Welcome aboard, and, oh, well, let's get that official first.
I can take my seat then? Or is that okay? All right.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
So-
I'd like to second that nomination.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other public comments?
Is there anyone in the public sitting here in the room that would like to comment on this? Questions? Anyone online? No? Take it back to the council.
So we have a first and second?
Yes.
Okay, roll call.
Let's do roll call. Congratulations, Kim.
Council members Abel,
Yes.
Dennison,
Dennison, yes.
Lombardo,
Yes.
Schooler,
Yes.
and Mayor Droz.
Yes. Congratulations again.
Welcome aboard.
You want to do another speech? No.
We'll put you to work real soon.
Okay. Thank you. So let's see where I am.
Now we're back to.
I've got several different papers here, so let me look. I'm on 19, so, no, we did that, 20. So public art, number 20, Town West End entrance monument signage.
Good evening, council and mayor. I have the West Entrance Monument signage selection for Phase 1, the conceptual design, for you tonight. Next slide. The recommendation before you is that the council confirm the council's previous approval of the SR 62 and Camino del Cielo, that's the southwest corner of the intersection, as the location for the monument sign. That you select a final concept from the recommendations of the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Commission, and that you direct staff to move the project into Phase 2 for further engineering, design, fabrication, and installation. Next slide. So a little background. This is a photo of the current signage, which is just west on the south side of the highway. Next slide. This is the location, a bird's eye view of the location that staff identified as an optimal selection. This meets, there's a stoplight here, there's an adequate bulb for installation and site development, as well as room for parking to the west along there. Next slide. This was the call for artists that the public art program released. It was open for a number of weeks, closing on August 12th. It went to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Commission for several of the submissions to be reviewed through public comment. Those public comments came back to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Commission to review, and then it went to Town Council for further review and for an artist workshop. Next slide. A little bit of background from the previous meeting where we had the initial review by council as well as the workshop. A couple of the things that staff took away were mocking up the 5 final submissions on the site. So we have that for you tonight. And then there was also a request to review the Pinion location as well. Next slide. So the first of those mocked up on the site with some additional parking shown. This is the Filosi submission. The rendering shows these estimated around 8 feet tall, which was the maximum. The monument was maximum size. The monument was allowed to be. This was identified during the call for artists. So maximum height, 8 feet, maximum width, 12 feet. So everything that you'll see tonight is mocked up within those parameters. Next slide. This is Corey Hamilton's again. This one's about 12 feet wide and around 8 or just under 8 feet tall. Next slide. This is Catherine Ibling's, again, close to 12 feet long and just under 8 feet tall. Next slide. This is David Irwin's. It's approximately 8 feet tall. And next slide. And then lastly, Gina Pliss. Hers is right around 8 feet tall. All of those were mocked up, approximated. Staff worked with Trepepi Smith for the graphic design and renderings. If you'd like to see any of those again, I'd be happy to do that later, and we'll go on to the next slide. So again, the recommendation is that the council confirm the previous approval of the location, select a final concept design from the recommendations of the Parks, Recreation, Cultural Commission, and direct staff to move the project into phase 2, engineering, design, fabrication, installation. And then next slide, we have an alternative, or a couple of alternatives. Option 1 is just is the recommendation. Staff estimated that it would be about a 9-month and $200,000 installation. So the whole project runs about $200K. Option 2 is that place the project on hold pending collaboration with tribal development. And again, just note that the timing is out of our control, but that putting this, that this is a minimal cost to the town. And then option 3, use the current location through a property site license, take ownership of the existing monument, and update with this selected design or appearance. About 6 months, about $75,000.
That's more reasonable.
And then could continue to participate in the tribal property joint signage at Camino del Cielo location in the meantime. So, next slide. So staff is happy to answer any questions following public comment. Sue or Frank, did you have any additional comments or anything else?
No, just to add, I guess, one thing, though, potentially one of the signs that you do select, think of it in consideration that maybe we could replicate that in other locations within the town. So the idea from a staff perspective is what you select, we can then maybe replicate in other locations.
Okay, thank you. So let's open public comment up. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this item? Anyone here in person? Anyone online? No? I'm tempted to start first, but let me see what everybody else says. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay. I think it's important to have a sign that identifies Yucca Valley in a positive, artistic sense, a way to, as a way of marking our space here. I like the idea of renovating the existing location, seeing that it's substantially less expensive than the new location, and the new location has some interplay with tribal land that they will be building in the future, and we don't know yet how the sign will interact with that. At first, I was in favor of waiting to see what the tribe was going to do and see if they would partner with us on moving the location to what is probably tribal property, and see if they would cooperate in a partnership with us to put it there so that it doesn't block the view of their building, and kind of more in harmony rather than have a sign that blocks their building. I think the original site for the project has some merit in that it can be done less expensively, which is a concern for me. It also honors some of our history. That monument sign there was put together from locally quarried rock from an artist that did a lot in our community, Frank Garsky. He was instrumental in building the Metaphysics Center and several properties in town that were patterned after Frank Lloyd Wright, a famous architect who he worked with as an apprentice for a while, and then worked with the son when Frank Lloyd Wright stopped doing it. He was also involved in Desert Christ Park in the assemblage of the chapel that is made out of stone there. And I think it would be a good thing to make use of the bottom structure of the sign that we have from the past and put a new modern and more attractive, welcoming sign on top of it. I see it as a win-win in several ways. Some landscaping will need to be done and possibly lighting, but I hear there's already electricity in that area. Is that correct? Okay, there is electricity in that area, so we could do lighting as well for the evening. And with landscaping, we could make it more visible. I think it's a good location, and it would have a lot of benefits without having to spend $200,000 on a project that would take a year.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember, how about if we go with Councilmember Dennison before I forget about you up there?
That's what we need for our signage.
You know, I was thinking along the lines of exactly as Councilmember Lombardo had mentioned, is there's a lot of history. I've been here since '76 in Yucca Valley, and most of the time that I've been here, I've always noticed that sign coming in at what we call the top of the hill. And there is some unknowns with the tribal projects and where that's going. I agree with his comments pretty much across the board. That one, the downside is currently of the welcome sign as we come into the town of Yucca Valley is it's seen better days. The town is continuing to make improvements, as we just heard from our crews. We keep the place nice and tidy. Signage is very important to me, as I mentioned, and this is the first sign that people see as they come into the town, and it should meet the same expectations for messaging as we do throughout the entire town. So that means that there has to be some clarification and improvement on the existing sign portion. But the history, as Councilmember Lombardo talked about, of those unique rocks from the area and actually how that was built, and kind of the thinking is same thing as people drop into the valley towards things like the mental physics area, the development there. There is a lot of history here, and I would hate to see that go to the side. We would be saving expense on a new sign that I don't know how it would best pair with other future signage in the area. So my recommendation would be to probably continue today. It still doesn't stop us from partnering in the future for changes in signage if it is the most appropriate road to go down. But today, we should embrace our history, and we should maintain our history that was built here if we can, and utilize it as it was intended. And that would be my direction, is to look at that option.
All right, thank you. I have a differing opinion, so I'd like to put that in here right now so we can discuss it. I really don't like the location of the old sign. I feel like you drive by it and you really don't see it. I love the idea of keeping part of the old structure, but I don't think that's a good place for a new sign. You drive by it and you barely see it. I think I was the one that wanted Pinion Drive location. I'm fine with Camino del Cielo, but we don't know what the tribe is going to do. So I'm in favor of option 2, see if we can get some information out of the tribe and see what they want to do, and see if we can get some feedback from them, and then decide where we want to go from there. So I'm for Camino del Cielo, see if the tribe will interact with us on this, and see where it goes. But I don't like the old location.
Mayor, it might be appropriate if I can provide you some information.
Yes.
Thank you. We've had multiple conversations with tribal representatives for their tribal property and their development. They are unclear right now on their time frame. They are clear on their desire to collaborate with the town, should that be something that we want to advance at some point in the future. Unfortunately, we don't have any time horizon that is dependable at this point because of the many unknowns often associated with development. They are in contact with us, we are in contact with them, but that tribal development is completely outside of the control of the town, obviously, as their own agency. So.
Okay, well, either way, I'm definitely not happy with the location of the old sign. I don't think that would be a good place to put a new sign. So that's how I feel. So anyone else? Let's see. Councilmember Schooler.
Yeah, I have a question. When we look at what was just up on the screen, the old sign, does that mean we are abandoning looking at these artistic recommendations or submittals and going to something different?
I think your decision point this evening could be multiple steps. So I think the first would be location. After location is determined, or as part of that conversation, you could select a design that you like tonight and ask that it be configured on this location. It's a little bit different than your call for art. Your call for art was for new art in a new location. So another option for the town council would be to reissue a call for art using this concept and see what the artists come back with. That process probably about 90 days. So it's a range of options. I think the town council has clearly the flexibility to do what you wish.
Okay, thank you for that. I think eventually, and we've talked about this a lot in the past, eventually what we want is 3 signs, one at each of the 3 entrances to town. That would be kind of a logical sequence to me. It doesn't have to all happen at the same time. I personally am anxious to see the first one go in so that we can have something to work from. And location-wise, I think I said it before that I'm not that concerned about the visual competition between our sign and whatever the tribe puts up across the street, because I think every sign everywhere is competing with other signs and other structures for your attention. So I'm not that concerned about the tribal facility objecting to or even being blocked, by whatever sign we put up. I can appreciate on option 3 the price tag. I think this could get away from us financially if we let it. But I tend to I appreciate the comment of the mayor on the location. I drive past that sign as much as anybody coming in and out of town and don't notice it. I don't look for it, and maybe I'm just desensitized to it, but I would have to see some way of making that location grab your attention, because it doesn't grab mine with whatever sign is there now. So I guess, well, in terms of location, I could be talked into the current location, the location of the current sign, but I am fine with Camino del Cielo. And so location, and then what was the next issue?
If you select the original location that the council identified at Camino del Cielo, then you'd certainly be open to selecting a preferred design if you want to move in that direction tonight.
Yeah, well, I appreciate all the submittals. I tend to lean a little bit toward the Corey Hamilton design in terms of welcoming to Yucca Valley, although, again, it's a tough choice because some of these are really good. All of them are really good, but that would maybe be the one I would lean to. And even when I look at the old sign, I see that kind of being similar to what we currently have there. So I guess that's all the input I have at this point. I would like to see us stage this or make a long-term plan or short-term plan, whatever the plan is, to get signs at all of our locations to town. I think that's good for the community. Thank you.
Can I mention one other thing? Part of what I saw when they did these renditions of different artists' work, I think we need to think about the scale of the work. We've made a mistake in the past by choosing artwork for the corner where the library is, and it's always been underwhelming because the size of the location and the artwork was just not congruent. They didn't go, you needed bigger art. We need to up the ante on what we're paying the artist to do it, maybe, but we need something that has a presence to it. And I think we maybe need to relook at the 8-foot height limit and 12-foot length. You want to be able to read the words clearly without strain as you're traveling past. And I think that with proper lighting and landscaping, Corey Hamilton's idea would fit on top of the existing rock wall that's there, and it would give it a little bit more height and dimension, and I think it might be a good fit. Corey Hamilton's design is simple, easy to read, and there's not a lot of complication that you have to stare at real long. You can get the concept of a coyote pretty easily because we see them in our community all the time. The logo of Yucca Valley Town is very identifiable. My concern is that the words welcome to Yucca Valley are visible from a distance at speed. And that would be my only other comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Abel, or Mayor Pro Tem Abel.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I really appreciate each council member's viewpoint and feedback, and I definitely could be swayed by any of the arguments there. The last thing I want is to have something that's cold, commercial, and expensive. And I'm afraid when I look at that, it just looks like, what you see all the time when you're down in the low desert, you're just driving around, it sort of looks like a commercial area and a signage. What I do like about the Hamilton design is the town logo, marketing, and our town logo, which is a beautiful logo, and it has the yucca on it, the coyote and so forth. The amazing thing with the Hamilton, that artist, is he's been commissioned by Indian tribes all around Southern California to design things for their tribal land. And I believe that particular location, the original location, with the proper lighting, with some clearing, back in the day, do you remember when it had the little reflective reflections all around it? You always noticed it. It sort of looked like a Wonder Bread truck back in the old days, but it was very much seen. Now it's just muted colors and it disappears and there's no lighting. I love the history, and I love the idea of it being in a natural setting versus a commercial gas station right across the street. Here you have a beautiful area that can be cleaned up and cleared up with the right lighting and with the right plants around it. Would be much more visible like it was back in the old day. And it's really sort of reflects our desert area. It's not commercial, it's environmental, it's history because of all the rocks and the artists that built it originally. And the bottom line is we're going to have to deal with that sign. If we build a new one down the road, we got to, that one's blight. And we have another Yucca Valley sign that's just on an old building that's not abandoned, that's not occupied. We need to make sure and preserve our logo and all that, so that needs to be gone. And I believe the Indian tribe would partner with us in developing this with the Hamilton art. Again, he has history with Indian artists and the Indian tribes, and I think they appreciate, obviously, the environment and the history. So I think we could partner with them and even keep the cost down even more. I don't want to spend 3 times the cost for something that's right across from a gas station. It's just not what I envision. So I like the Hamilton design. I agree with Councilmember Dennison and Lombardo, and hopefully some others, that this location could be special.
All right. Anyone else want to debate any of this or no?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just add,
Yes.
from a staff perspective of it, if we can get consensus on the product, or I'm sorry, the conceptual design and the location, just want to be clear, those dollars that we gave you were swag. We wanted to give you a perspective of the cost. What we'll do then is turn it over to Alex and his team
to define that, to structurally look at the structure that is there, and if what I'm hearing is placing on top of that is the artist's design, if it is the pinion location. So yeah, that would be the direction ultimately, that we could deliver it the most quickest way possible if we get that direction.
And then before we approve it, then we would have numbers, real numbers, and another artistic picture of how it could be dressed up.
Okay, well, I'll say I like Corey Hamilton's and I like Dave Irwin's. I think both represent Yucca Valley in a different way, but I definitely don't like the current location. So if we're going to vote on the current location, I will be voting no. If anybody wants to make a motion?
Right prior to your motion, just in addition to what Frank indicated already, the last piece of the puzzle obviously is to make sure that the town is able to acquire a site license with the property owner. Just for the council and the public's information, the town does not own the current sign, does not own the current property, does not maintain the current sign. These were done in prior years by service clubs. Those service clubs have not been maintaining the sign to any regular degree. And so at some point, it would either be the responsibility of trying to get, if we wanted that sign to be addressed, we would have to either get in contact with the service club, see if they would assume that responsibility, or put that on the property owner, or the town can step in with permission from the property owner to address the sign. So we did have conversation with the property owner about a year ago, and there was willingness and interest in providing a site license for something like this. So unless that has changed, we don't anticipate it to be a significant issue, but we do want to make sure the council knows that that is a requirement that would have to come back to you.
So that's a site license rather than owning the property?
Probably, just given the configuration, that sign location is offset. It's in the middle of the property, so it would be a little bit odd because you'd need access as well. So I'm thinking likely a site license would be probably about the best that we could do with the property owner wanting to retain maximum flexibility of the use of their property as well.
So could we get those questions answered and maybe even a conceptual incorporation of the Hamilton design onto the existing site and kind of get a rendering of that we could have a look at?
Sure.
And make sure there's no issues with the site that would be surprises to us.
Sure, that's the direction of the council. We can move that.
If the council is to decide tonight on Corey Hamilton, trying to approach the idea of a site license, would that give you, of that location, would that give you direction that you could work with and then come back to us if it's possible or not, and the dollars that it would take to do it?
I think that's similar to what
That's what we're
Councilmember
asking.
Schooler said. Frank, is that enough direction for you?
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion that we approve the existing site location, that we approve Corey Hamilton's design, and that we pursue a site license where the town will take the responsibility of maintaining the site after developing it with lighting, landscaping, and the new sign.
And would it be, for clarification, approve the investigation of what you just mentioned?
If it's not feasible or the numbers are too crazy, we want to reserve the right to retract that. But we need to investigate it. We need to give the staff enough direction where to go, and we won't know numbers until we know what we want to build. So I think we need Corey Hamilton to take a look at it and tell us what he thinks.
I think, quite frankly, I think the information direction that you've provided is significant enough that we know what our marching orders are. I don't think we need a specific motion. We can come back to you at a further meeting with a potential proposal.
There is some opposition to the location. Is that not enough?
I'm opposed to the location, yes.
I know you're opposed.
Yes.
So do we need to take that to a vote?
If that's, if you think there's going to be, I think maybe that does make sense.
I would like to second that recommendation to investigate that location with the Hamilton design and come back to the council for further discussion.
Okay, let's have a vote.
So we have a first and second. Council members Abel,
Yes.
Dennison,
Dennison, yes.
Lombardo,
Yes.
Schooler,
Yes.
and Mayor Droz.
No, only because of the location.
Okay.
All right.
Sorry
Let's
about that.
move on to the next item. Item number 21, Farmers Market RFP discussion.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The item in front of you this evening is oral presentation. The recommendation is that the town council consider the RFP responses and the options for a farmer's market and provide direction on the inclusion of food trucks in the 25% other vendor category and provide other policy-related directions as desired. Just by way of some background, the staff put out a community survey back in 2023. The report highlights a strong community interest in expanding local events and offerings, and very specifically, farmers market ranked as the highest desired community event, which was the impetus of the council giving that direction to activate, from an event perspective, Founders Plaza. And you got a perspective of this past week of what it can be at Founders Plaza. Just some information as it relates to, more information as it relates to the background and the RFP. The council, both in February of this past year and also June, gave direction to the staff on getting the RFP out in the public. One of those pieces, though, was that there was no food trucks as part of that RFP offering. Staff, when we put it out for RFP, we got a great response. We got two very qualified and energetic proposers, both of which are here this evening. Miss Lori Herbel, and I told him I wouldn't mess up his last name, so I'll give us the best shot here. Alexander Vallejos, close enough? Both are here this evening if the council had any questions. The process that we went through on the interview, we got a lot of good feedback from them through the process. But there was definitely a philosophical, I would say, difference in the proposal as it relates to what it can be. Both offerings would be great for the public and be very successful, staff believes. There was two topics that I thought were very germane in the discussion. One was year-round activity versus seasonal. And I think that was an important concept that staff in the interview process talked about. From a year-round perspective, being consistent, I think, is important, as opposed to stopping and starting at different periodic timeframes. And days of the week, when should this offering be that would have the most impact to the community? And so there was two, different proposals there. Then finally, the biggest thing, which why we're here this evening, is food trucks. Ms. Herbel has a fantastic farmers market in Joshua Tree that's very well attended, but it does have a developed, downtown, if you will, as it relates to food offerings. Ours is still a work in progress, and I know the other proposer talked about adding that food truck element there to make it more of an event. Once we can and we will develop our downtown, that may change in the future. But today, where it sits, is to have it more of an event, adding those food trucks. And again, going back to the prior guidance from council was no food trucks. We wanted to bring it back to you this evening and potentially reconsider. So that concludes the staff report, and staff would be happy to answer any questions following public comment.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on item number 21? No, anyone online? No. Let's take it back to the council. I have a question for you.
Before we bring back to council, don't we have a presentation from both vendors? And then have public comment, and then come back to the council? All right.
Okay, so let's
sorry,
start with Lori, I guess, if you want to make a presentation.
If, Frank, Mayor, if I might, Frank, can you just clarify for the council the decision points this evening, whether this is with respect to specific proposals or if this is modification to their prior direction, and then the proposal would be evaluated at a different opportunity?
So the first decision point is food trucks were not, right? So that's the direction staff is getting. We did put in the recommendation, other direction as desired. That potentially could be the award of the proposer as well. But that's to the direction of the council. So those are the two decision points.
All right, thank you. So go ahead, Lori.
Okay, I didn't really know I was going to give a presentation. I thought that you had read the RFP and that was stated on its own. But I'll go ahead and go over some highlights. My name is Lori Herbell, and I'm an RFP applicant for the Town Certified Farmers Market. That's included in your packet. My experience includes 20 years as a farmer in Fallbrook on 43 acres. During that time, I attended over 2,300 certified farmers markets myself in LA County, Orange County, San Diego County. When I started farming, I attended the Certified Farmers Market in Santa Monica. It was on Wednesdays from 8 to 1. And then Santa Monica added Saturday, and then they added Sunday, and there's been a lot more markets in the area since then. So I've watched markets grow. I believe that I have submitted an RFP that aligns with the town's ordinance 324 regarding certified farmers markets. I just want to review that, just a portion of it. Quote, farmers markets shall be composed at a minimum of 75% business activity, fresh produce, artisan cheeses, handcrafted honey, flowers, and other fresh, small-batched foodstuffs. The remaining 25% business activity at farmers markets may be composed of the sale of art, handcrafts, and other handmade goods. I can respectfully say with confidence that this model is achievable as I operate at present at a 90% to 10% respectively. I have had, there's been a number of businesses that have launched very successfully from my market in Joshua Tree. One of them is the Joshua Tree Coffee Company, the organic Joshua Tree Coffee Company who launched there. The other one, which is launching right now, which I'm sure the council is familiar with, is Nice Dream Ices. They launched at my market and they're opening brick and mortar here in Yucca Valley. Oh, excuse me. I totally believe in entrepreneurship. I'm all for it. I also, coming from a farming background, understand how important the original intent of certified farmers markets was launched by then Governor Jerry Brown. He signed into law the Direct Marketing Act in 1976. And the reason he did that was to help sustain small family farms and to connect the community with the farmers that grow their food. Personally, in my opinion, there's a lot of food choices out there, and it's good to give the community a place where they can go and come face to face with healthy food choices. The farmers, they bring their food from the surrounding areas, And they pick usually the day before, so everything is super healthy. As the Town of Yucca Valley Ordinance 324 now stands, with the 75% versus the 25%, I do believe that I've submitted an RFP that is aligned with that town, with the town's ordinance and the council's policy. It would be my pleasure and a very nice thing for the community for me to bring a year-round certified farmers market to the town of Yucca Valley with healthy food choices. The reason that I named I proposed the name Yucca Valley Founders Plaza Certified Farmers Market, not because I was trying to get a long name, but because the town already has a farmers market on Sundays at the high school named Yucca Valley Certified Farmers Market. And that is registered with the San Bernardino County Agriculture Department, so that name can only be used once. And I like the name, Yucca Valley Founders Plaza Certified Farmers Market, just because it says where it is, and I believe that businesses are more successful if it can identify what it does or where it is. So I would be more than happy to answer any questions. As I said, the market, I'm proposing a year-round venue. I would put out all stops regarding advertising because I totally believe in advertising. It's really important, especially ongoing, but going in, you got to lay out a lot of money. So, and then I can leverage the Joshua Tree Certified Farmers Market, the customer base that we have there. I could leverage that and for people to be aware of the Wednesday market. A good certified farmers market provides a walking district, and it should not compete, in my opinion, with the surrounding businesses. That's why I say no to hot food being prepared, and no to food trucks. We don't have any at my market, and the reason for it is all the great markets like Santa Monica do not have that. Santa Monica is probably one of the greatest models of a certified farmers market, of the dream of certified farmers market. And so you want your clientele to go to the surrounding restaurants. So like in Joshua Tree, they go to the Des. There's two Deses now, a small one and a big one. And there's another brick and mortar opening up. It's a restaurant close by there. And there's a country kitchen, and people will meander around and go and shop at the farmer's market, buy their groceries for the week, not fill up while they're there. It's just like if you go to a grocery store and let's say you just ate a huge sandwich, you're not too interested in buying a lot of groceries. So I would like the money to go to the farmers rather than to food vendors where people get full and they think, oh, well, I don't need to buy anything right now, and they walk away. Because those farmers, they travel a long ways, and they need to fulfill a certain nut. It has to be successful for them, or they will not return. I have farmers at my market that have been there for all 18 years. Nobody wants to leave. Recently, I had one person leave because of a family matter, and I filled that space with a certified organic lettuce farmer out of India. And oh man, he was really happy, and so are the customers. So I get about 3 to 6 inquiries per week of people wanting to attend the market. And the reason is I'm very careful with the way that I balance it. I make sure that I don't do a lot of duplication so that the people that come in can make a living. And then I do my job and I provide the outlay for the advertising and am more than willing to spend the money to make that possible for the farmers and for the vendors so they can make a, make a good living. So it would be my pleasure to bring a beautiful certified farmers market to the community. And I believe that I have submitted an RFP that is the most aligned with the town's ordinance. And if you have any questions, I'm certainly happy to answer them.
So should we open up public comment? So does anyone in the public have a question of Lori? No? Okay, any council members?
Lori, thank you. I sort of put you on the spot asking if there would be a presentation, but I think when you see on paper, it can be cold and not heartfelt. We have to look at the numbers and so forth, and then we also want it to be a success. We want to use that Founders Plaza as a gathering place because that's what our community is. We need more gathering places. Concerts in the park are a great example of how that can happen. I do appreciate that that we stated that we got a good response. You're the only one who met the criteria, first of all, so we only got one qualified applicant at the time, but the 75-25% is something that we knew was going to sort of narrow the gap of who would apply because we wanted to have something that was truly organic, something that was small business, small farm, whatever it might be to get people to come. Your hours of operation, obviously if you Google it or whatever, they'll say farmers markets are most popular on the weekends. Well, you have one that's going already Saturdays and so forth. Why did you choose Wednesday and why are the hours that you chose?
Well,
and remind the public
I'll start with the hours.
Yeah, remind the public the hours.
Yeah. So you're all living in Yucca Valley in the high desert. We're all aware of the wind. Okay, so safety is first with me. All the vendors have to have sandbags attached to all their canopies, 30 pounds at each leg. And if their vehicle is close by, they have to be strapped down, not bungees, but actual straps or rope to their vehicles. So anything after, usually between 1 and 2, it starts to get windy. After 3, it's really windy. And it can cause quite a hazard. Canopies can end up in the road. They can end up on people's heads. I tell my vendors, I tell them, I say, you know, I go around and check everybody every week. And if somebody isn't tied down properly, I have said to them, look, I said, it's one thing for this canopy to end up on somebody's head, an adult. I said, but it'll kill a child. Yeah.
So what are your hours of operation that you're proposing?
8 to 1. Because anything past that, you're going to get the Yucca Valley winds. And I know that from the previous market that was over by Applebee's. So that's the reason for that. Wednesday is the middle of the week. There's a lot of people that run out of their groceries that they buy at the farmer's market in the middle of the week and would appreciate an option to go to in the middle of the week. I know Wednesdays work because I've done it, number one, and number two, it was extremely successful in Santa Monica. In fact, they started on Wednesday. It's going to be about advertising and it's going to be about the push to get the customer base there. If I don't push that, then I can't expect the farmers to come.
Now, you have 18 years, or some vendors that have been there 18 years and so forth. Have you sort of spoken to your vendors on the impact of or the possibility of participating in a Wednesday farmers market during the day? Have you gotten any feedback from those local vendors?
Well, Yeah, I know some of them heard rumblings, and they'll ask me about it, and I say, well, I submitted an RFP. I don't know how many of them would be interested, because I don't have a commitment from the town. So
Correct.
I really don't want to make any promises. But if they weren't, like I said, I get 3 to 6 inquiries a week. I get a lot of farmer inquiries, and I flat don't have the room. I have 180 feet on each side of the road, and we are, each canopy, they're this far apart. They're just right on top of it.
And parking's an issue as well.
Well, I have agreements with several property owners and.
Yeah, but it's not the parking that we have here at the
Oh, no.
Founder's Plaza.
You guys have done a wonderful, beautiful job.
So
And you
when's
have
it? Oh, go ahead.
restrooms.
And restrooms, yeah. So that's why we really envision a farmer's market being successful.
Yeah.
And you have a year-round operation. You're also someone who's local that has connections with the market already and knows the area, and you're a resident. So I appreciate your putting forward an application.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the council, or did that answer everyone's questions?
A couple of questions. You answered a couple of my questions, and I'd kind of probably like to reserve a couple for later. But Lori, are you a one-person show, or do you have staff that helps you run that?
Well, I have a business manager, so I'm on site, and then I have a business manager who does all my back work.
Okay.
Okay, so he keeps track of everybody's certified producer certificate, keeps track of the insurance, and everything like that when everything's comes due, and all the books. So he does that. I have a assistant market manager that I brought on. Because after 18 years, it's getting a little old for me.
I'm just thinking
so
it's a lot of work.
on occasion, I need some time. And my mom is 94 years old, so she, I need to spend a little more time with her at this time.
Okay, I get it.
Even though she
It
comes,
seems like a lot of
she
work.
comes to the market with me. She's more popular at the market than I am.
Okay, and you say that, okay, Merle sort of asked this, if,
I just needed to add one more thing. So, I mean, I am not, I have also considered, bringing in a well-trained farmer's market manager a little more often. And I have one, she's great. So I'm trying to learn to let go a little bit.
and thank you. In regard to the Wednesday morning time frame, you're confident that it would work. That targets locals more than visitors to the area, is that?
Well, I think that it would be, I think it could be both. I think people visit the park all year round, and they do it at all days, during the week. I think that Saturday could be leveraged for that, but I also think that, our locals are important. And so is the tourism. I think, I know that the town may want to do some evening events at the plaza, the new Founder's Plaza. Maybe you might want to think about something that just has food trucks and crafters.
Okay.
That would be, I think that would be great to add more.
Okay, one last question on the advertising that you're talking about, that's advertising to the public or to the farmers mostly?
Oh, the public, because we got to get the customer base there in order to support the farmers.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, a lot of, layout of dollars needs to be large in the beginning, going forward, in order for it to be successful.
But and you're confident, based on the inquiries you get, that farmers are available Wednesday mornings?
Oh, yeah. You know, Fridays is probably one of the most difficult days. Number one is the traffic pattern. And most farmers have Saturday markets, and they're usually getting their crop ready on Fridays.
Okay.
To come Saturday. And, you know, because some of them are small family businesses. I have one that's in Hemet, and he brings in just wonderful stuff, but, you know, he can only do so many markets. There's only, and there's so many farmers markets that there doesn't seem to be enough farmers. You know, markets are always looking for farmers. I'm not looking.
Okay.
I have 15 certified
Okay.
farmers
All
markets
right,
at my
that's-
market right now.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great, thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Councilmember Lombardo.
You mentioned that a lot of advertising is needed in the front of the production. Do you do your own advertising? Do you work with a group? And can you describe a little bit of your experience with them and how long you've been using them?
I use what we have here, Z107.
Oh, okay. You're
So,
in town.
you know, it's just like our 18th year anniversary. This Saturday, they're coming for 3 hours and doing a live broadcast. And we have a wonderful celebration, that includes the kids getting to trick or treat with the farmers, guess the big pumpkin, giving away pumpkins, you know, various activities for the kids. And and they advertise 10 days before the event. So they've been advertising Joshua Tree Farmers Market for 10 days, our event. And so definitely you want to start out with a bang, and you want to support your community, so you bring in Z107. You want to bring in the local newspaper and advertise. You want to use social media. Weekly, I do Facebook posts and Instagram. And I have 7,000 followers on Instagram and plus, and over 5,000 plus on Facebook. And, you know, that can be leveraged too, because I can cross over and say, well, here, this market is available on Wednesdays. So whatever advertising is available to support locally, you know, I'm perfectly willing to lay out those dollars.
Do you have statistics on how many people visit your market in Joshua Tree on Saturday? And is there any comparable for another market that would be on a Wednesday or the other days that you're suggesting?
I don't know, but I know sometimes it's hard to walk through the market.
Yeah, I've been and it's very crowded, but you don't have specific numbers?
Exactly
Okay.
know.
Oh, some average, okay. It is very well attended, and kudos on how well it's organized and run. It seems to be very well attended and a very major part of Joshua Tree. It's really integrated into the community.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dennison, you have anything to add before we move on to Alexander?
No, it was very well presented. Thank you, Lori, for your time.
Thank you, Councilmember Dennison.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, Lori. We appreciate it. So Alexander, would you like to come up and give us your thoughts?
And while Alexander is walking up, again, I just want to reinforce, so, you know, the impetus of the discussion today is the food trucks. So you'll hear the philosophical difference
Food
between
trucks,
the two.
yeah.
Then if the council so desires thereafter, we could make a recommendation on, you know, who to move forward with.
Well, thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lori, for everything you do here. My name's Alexander Vallejos. This is my Director of Operations, Justin Solis. We manage and operate the California Farmers Market Collective.
Pull that microphone up if you'd like. There you go.
Thank you. Is this better? Yeah. Oh, wonderful. So we operate currently 4 different farmers markets here in San Bernardino County. Beginning the first week in November, we'll be adding 3 more. The ones we currently operate is Wednesdays at St. Bernardine's Hospital, Thursday evenings at Twin Peaks, which is up by Lake Arrowhead, Friday evenings in Big Bear Lake, right on the water at Meadow Park, and Sundays at Rim of the World High School, which is the high school in Lake Arrowhead. We'll be adding the 3 markets at Redlands, Rancho Cucamonga, and Apple Valley. Those locations are the museum campuses in those areas. We've partnered with the San Bernardino County Museums to bring farmers markets to those locations. So I'm not sure if you had a moment to check our proposal, but to kind of directly address the whole purpose of the what you guys are terming as food trucks. We currently operate at about an 80% majority food-oriented market, meaning farms, locally sourced or grown or produced bread, yogurts, hummus, cheeses. We have mushrooms, flowers, microgreens. But we do have a portion which is what are termed TFF hot foods. So people who produce pizza, tamales, empanadas, teriyaki chicken, so forth. We find that farmers markets are traditionally places where people come and gather, mostly families. And if you've ever had a young person in your care for any moment of time and brought them to a farmer's market, you'd realize that they're constantly interacting with the space and asking for this and asking for that, and their demands are ranging. But often, you know, they want something just to enjoy. I have a 3.5-year-old, and one of his favorite things at the farmer's market is just to get a tamale. He looks forward to a chicken tamale every time. And when you have the demanding 3.5-year-old, you know, sometimes it's easy just to kind of pluck something right in that moment to provide them than to try to find a location where you'd have to take time, sit down, so on and so forth. Our proposal is for a Friday night farmers market from 3 to 8. We currently work with about 37 different certified producers in San Bernardino County, as well as Riverside County, Kern County, Los Angeles County, and San Diego County. We believe the strength of a Friday night market would mirror the success that we have currently at our Big Bear Lake Farmers Market. We see a parallel in terms of both locations being visitor heavy, right? So there is quite a number of people who have come into both cities or locations to visit, right? So Big Bear could be the lake or skiing or their cabin. Here in Yucca Valley, it would be the beautiful national park, the desert. And so we find that a lot of times Friday nights is ideal for the visitors to come and be introduced to the area, right? Learn and grow with the entrepreneurs that are there. We have a wide range of locals, particularly in Big Bear Lake, who have grown with us from starting just making dresses to pastries to now serving, you know, homemade birria. And, you know, we've seen a range of 150 to 3,000 people at that farmer's market, right? The higher end is for events like 4th of July, Memorial Day, more visitor-heavy weekends. We've named it the Yucca Valley Farmers Market. We understand that there is a name difference, and you know, I had the honor of attending and meeting the mayor this last Friday at Founders Plaza, and I think that was an excellent example of how important it is to have an event there, but also how important it was to have food available to individuals at that moment. Because a farmer's market is an event. just like any other special event that you might have. And so obviously curating it, keeping it to a very reasonable amount, right? Not having it overwhelm the area in any way, but at least having some options available for individuals who might just be passing through, they pick up their groceries and they just want something to eat. So before they get home, we actually have a woman at the Big Bear Lake Farmers Market. She works for Parks and Rec and comes to the market just to pick up vegan food from our vegan Mexican vendors so she can bring it home to her husband so she doesn't have to cook that evening. So it's little things like that that I think create the atmosphere for farmers markets in terms of having them traditionally be family oriented, right? It's a place where you can bring your children to learn about agriculture and learn about what it looks like to start a business and grow a business from just, a little tent to a brick and mortar.
All right, thank you. Let's see, does anyone in the public have questions for Alexander? You do? Okay. Yeah.
Lori, we have people online, so can you?
Do you mind coming up to the microphone? Yeah.
I noticed on your RFP that you were proposing January through April evenings. So what was the reason that you didn't want to take it through the summer, which is when most people are there, into the fall?
Thank you, Lori. So I had the honor of participating at the 29 Palms Farmers Market for about 18 months, and I noticed the variance in the visitation of that market specifically. Its location is next to the Joshua Tree Visitor Center, and so originally in my proposal I had put that in there just as for consideration. We are open to having it year-round. It was not a permanent or a necessary part. It was just part of an idea because we do find that in specific locations like Big Bear and our mountain towns, because of the conditions, obviously, there can be road conditions, difficulties, that it's important to have it seasonal. And so we are open to having it year-round. One of the reasons why we also chose it to be the evening was because it does cool down. We have a number of interested farmers and parties who have the staffing to be able to join us on a Friday night, and we have proof of that because we already produce a market on that evening.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else in the public that would like to comment on this item? Okay, anyone online? Okay, let's bring it back to the council. Mayor Pro Tem, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I understand January through April in 29 Palms because the climate's a lot warmer there and so forth, and it is it's almost like a Palm Springs kind of climate. In Yucca Valley, it can get really sort of brutal in that time, and we can even in April get snow come down sometimes. So I love the idea of an evening event, and I love the idea of a gathering place on a Friday or Saturday or whatever. And I'm torn because I was really thinking we just had our Founders Plaza kickoff event. It was in the evening. It was really great. We had a band. We had a lot of food. I think the concept of having food vendors and food to go and grab, I think really would appeal to the weekender vacation rental people as well, because they don't always want to prepare food in that kitchen that they got. It's all pretty and nice, but they don't cook all that often. They usually go out to eat and experience the local cuisine, or they bring home, or they have DoorDash bring them something, some Thai food or whatever, and they eat there. So I think the concept is great for an evening time. I'm just wondering that January through April, if that's not a really bad time of the year, because we have Christmas tree lightings and so forth down there and it can really be not well attended if the weather's cold and windy. So I like the summer nights. I think that's a great kind of concept because it does cool down in the high desert. But I understand you also have an operation up in Big Bear that's very, I don't know, profitable and well attended, because summers is when Big Bear people go up there, hit there, or they go to the slopes and they're not thinking farmers markets, they're thinking skiing. So I'm sort of torn. I think we do need to have food trucks and a food truck event or food to go and all that, and live music and beer garden and all that stuff. But I'm not sure that's a farmer's market kind of concept. So I'm still wrestling with the idea of usage.
So I believe in our proposal, it was going to be November to like April was going to be its operation. It was the summer I was more concerned about due to the heat. But it was just something I had put in there just because I wanted to see what the reaction for the council is about that. I mean, we can clearly, obviously, do a year-round market. We perform, the original market that we started was the Twin Peaks market. We have it year-round. It's the only mountain farmers market that's held year-round. We do close it for inclement weather on occasion, or if it drops below a certain, under 40 degrees, just out of caution, because you always have to consider the road conditions for all your vendors as well as your patrons. It's just something that we try to do. We have bulb lights that we put out for the night markets, which can be, a concern because it gets dark, you can't see, so on and so forth. I'm not sure if this will get addressed, but it was with Lori. When it comes to marketing, so I currently am the director of the California Farmers Market Collective. Justin is the director of operations. We have an assistant, actually we have 2 assistant managers. We have an IT department, and we have a team that just focuses on social media. We just had a video for the markets that we're opening get to 120,000 views, right? Because we live in an age where people are kind of attached to their phones, and social media is the main drive for people's stream of information. And I pour a lot of effort and money into making sure that it's something that is interactive for people, and we've gotten an incredible amount of just positive reviews, comments, vendor inquiries just from those markets that we're going to start in just about 2 weeks.
Yeah, and you don't operate, your business model is basically farmers markets type things, like you said. You don't operate, or your business model doesn't include running events like a food truck rodeo with live music. You don't do beer fests. You don't do competitions with square dancing groups or anything like that. That's not your business model.
So our main business model is farmers markets. We produce the Big Bear barbecue brews and tunes for Big Bear on Memorial Day. We are working with Visit Big Bear on assisting them with like brew festivals, because we work closely. I'm on the chamber board for Lake Arrowhead, so I work with Lake Arrowhead Brewery to do brew fests, mainly because of my interaction with just vendors and our extensive vendor list.
Right, so you could be possibly, let's say if the market doesn't work out, we're wanting to use that area for events, like you said, the brew and cars or whatever you said it was. And I would imagine those types of events could be a Friday night or Saturday during the day event kind of thing, that weekend part. Okay, so again, if we have a farmer's market every Friday night, then are we going to be able to do events on a Saturday morning for a car show or a food truck rodeo? So that's where I go back and forth, because I love the concept of both of you, and we can't have both because it just diminishes what you're both trying to accomplish, and that's not a good business model. But to have somebody who can put together a blues kind of thing, or a food truck rodeo, or like I'm talking about, that would be a vendor we would be interested in partnering with on weekends or Friday nights. And during certain times of the year, that's going to be a home run hit. And other times of the year, you don't want to do anything, so they're more seasonal. So thank you.
Of course, yeah. I mean, our main business is farmers markets, you know, because we basically produce 4 a week. Because of our connections with various different types of vendors, producing other events isn't out of the scope. Actually, in your packet, you have an example of the logo that we had drawn up by a local artist, Matt Adams, who happened to be a musician that we worked with at the Barbecue Brews and Tuesday, and he actually played on Friday night. So, I mean, that's just, and we have plans as well, if you honor us, to work. Right now, we're working with RIM Unified to bring in the high school students to do entrepreneurship programs, to do an agricultural program where the grammar school seeds microgreens, the middle school grows them, and then the high school sells it, because currently we're at the high school, so we're trying to find ways to encourage the high school students. And I've had just passing discussions with individuals at the at Copper Mountain College about bringing in the culinary school there and allowing them to, you know, show off their skills, and really trying to incorporate education into the farmers markets, because that's where I think you take where someone's trying to learn a skill and bringing it to market and learning the other parts of that skill set, because you can cook, you know, you can bake something beautifully, but learning about what people really want, you know, is, and interacting with people is integral to that education.
Thank you. Councilmember Lombardo.
Wow, I'm really excited about what I just heard. I really like the concept of educating as part of the mission. That was a very clever idea of having the younger grades grow it and the older grades sell it. A great concept. I like your creativity. Lori, in her presentation, mentioned that because of her experience in the area, she's aware that the winds increase after 1 o'clock in our environment here. What is your experience with, and how do you design your canopies and that sort of thing to accommodate a higher wind situation? And does that create a problem for us on a Friday night kind of presentation?
Sure. So we have a whole van, an operations van, and I have about 20 extra sets of weights that I either rent out or donate to the vendors if they forget their weights or a vendor doesn't know they need a weight. So I just come prepared automatically. We have wind issues in Twin Peaks. We're right on the rim of the world height. I mean, the wind just comes right over. And so making sure that when everyone sets up, they have weights, or we provide them with weights. We also have a Starlink system that we connect. So if there's an issue with the Wi-Fi, if anything goes down in terms of their cell phones, we have a way to connect for that for our SNAP benefits. And
very good.
You know, we make sure that every single vendor has some sort of weights. If not, like I said, we provide them.
Are they standardized booth-type devices? Like when you put on a farmer's market, do you tell the farmers that you need a booth that meets these requirements as far as sturdiness and safety?
So 99.9% of the booths are 10 by 10 booths, and there's little legs at the end with feet. And so we have ones that are just kind of black weights with a little slit on there that you just slip under to keep it holding down. They're about 35 pounds. And so, yeah, majority of the vendors have the same type of tent.
And you've been in business for quite a while now. Have you had incidences of wind blowing over these things? I was at an event in one of our community things. I think it was an art show, and the canopies just took off.
Yeah.
It was pretty dangerous, and I sure don't want to see that happen here. Have you had experience with that being a problem? Is it
We have
something
had
that
to-
you got pretty well under control by this time?
We have had to fish out 1 or 2 tents out of Big Bear Lake. But since then, that's the reason why we invested in
The extra
in
weights.
the extra weights, just because we saw it as a challenge. And I figured, you know, things happen, and we're running a weekly event. People are rushing out of the house. Sometimes they forget something, and so I see it as my liability to make sure that I have the weights.
Sure. Do you anticipate any other environmental problems that might be more to Yucca Valley than other areas that would prevent you from having it on certain nights where, like in Big Bear or up there, I can understand that certain times of the year, the weather might be snowing or too cold or ice storm or something like that. What would be the events that would happen in Yucca Valley that would prevent you from having your farmer's market on if it's Friday night that you plan to do it, right? What kinds of environmental things would stop you from doing it? Is there a temperature limit? Is there a...
I mean, I imagine the most critical one would be rain.
Rain.
Right, that would be the most extreme, just because of where we're located. I mean, we, a few weeks ago, ran a market at Big Bear in the rain. But what we've kind of done is that we start putting canopies down the middle that are our own canopies to kind of shelter people, with tables for people to either have some pastries or eat some tamales. And then we also have umbrellas that we set up under cocktail tables as well, because that would probably be the only rain or extreme sun, and just providing shade, 10 by 10 shades or umbrellas.
Okay, well, very good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Let's go with Councilmember Schooler.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation, for the proposal, and for your interest in our community. When we first conceived of that Old Town facility, the Founders Plaza Farmers Market was kind of a key vision, that we shared around as being a possibility, and unwittingly or not, we created maybe an expectation that that's going to be part of Old Town down there. I am thinking, just from what I've heard and what I know about the community, that year-round is a much better scenario for us than to have a start-stop kind of a schedule. As far as the food service, we're looking at 2 different totally scenarios here, and these 2 proposals in my mind. The food, tamales and so forth, I think you make a valid point, but we have one empty restaurant right next to that facility, and I kind of think that's going to get legs pretty soon. And across the street, where there's a bunch of cars at an automotive place, they've already been permitted for a cafe across there too. And around the corner, there's another coffee house that's being constructed. So I wouldn't want to do anything to interfere with their entrepreneurial vision, those folks. Because what we're doing with this parking area is to support the businesses in Old Town. So that's a priority to me, is that we support the businesses in Old Town and not compete with them. At first I wasn't, well, let me just say, I am on board with we've discussed this to death, the 75-25 vision. We had endless discussions about that, and I would rather not revisit that if we can not revisit that. I think I just don't want to go there again personally, but I do appreciate the proposal. I'm kind of anxious to see what the rest of the council has to say. Thank you.
Sure. Actually, could I just address the 75-25?
Of course.
So when we were doing the RFP, it was semi-unclear to us if it was 75% farms or 75% farms, and food, meaning prepackaged food or cottage food, being people are preparing bread, yogurt, hummus, so forth. Coming to this meeting, it provided a deeper clarification for me. And so in our proposal, we have just been gathering data from our markets just so that we could at least present that to you, so you understood what we kind of see at our markets, right? We are 100% at the disposal of the council and whatever recommendations you make, whether, you certainly want it year-round, that's not an issue. If you don't want any hot food or prepared food, or you want to limit it to very specific, like tamales, something that's just prepared somewhere else and reheated as like a take and go, right? Because I think that's a healthy balance. Asking, a pizza guy might be too much, right? Or someone making sandwiches, you don't want to compete with Frontier, right? Totally understandable. But just trying to always find balance, because I think that's what the farmers markets are really about. The core of the farmers markets and why we produce them is because we believe in providing seasonal foods to communities, right? We're meant to eat based off what's in season at that moment. And so, peaches are not always in season, right? And so adapting and making sure that we are in season with what each community needs is our most important care, because each community is different, and we definitely understand that.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Dennison.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Alexander, for the conversation so far. There's a couple things that I've been thinking about, and you just answered one of them for me, which was some of the misunderstanding of the 75% and what that value was meant in the system. One, you're absolutely right. I think your social presence is good. I've went through your website. I've read a few things about you guys and understand that it looks like it's very well presented and easy to read, so thank you for that. The thing that I'm looking at right now is under your operational plan that was submitted. You're looking at here, you said a couple things, and so you answered it, the rigid 75%, requirement. So that was tough for you. But as we look on, I see that on your website, what you talk about, what you can find at your markets, pretty much everything there is farmer market based. So it doesn't say anything in here about anything else other than certified agricultural products, prepared and packaged foods, like breads and that kind of stuff, and then artisans and crafts. So that could be something, but none of those indicate any hot food delivery or food trucks. So I'm moving on here where, so the industry benchmarks that you show in your data show that 25 to 40% of vendor square is sustainable for baseline. So that would be your market to remain sustainable in that range of the farmer's part. But at the beginning, you're saying we recommend 20 to 30% and going to that upper mark of 40 to 45%. So at 20 to 30% under your proposal, you would be saying that the highest percentage proposed here would be in the farmer's market circle, and then that would leave 75 or 70% capacity for other things. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So,
okay. And so I want to just hear, what do you see the challenges if we have that? Is it easier to get things outside of the farmer's market 30% or 40%? Is that what is making these numbers appear? How are we looking at it? So go ahead, please.
Sure. So I just want to comment. I've attended probably 80-90% of the farmers markets in San Bernardino, Riverside, San Diego County, and currently. And there's only one hyper-successful market that doesn't incorporate hot foods, and that's the Riverside Farmers Market on Saturdays. And one of the reasons why they do that is they're on a street where they already have restaurants on that street, right? So people literally bounce from the market and bounce in there. And otherwise, if you could go to the majority of the other markets, it's commonplace. A place like Santa Monica, and I've had the honor of visiting Santa Barbara and other, Hollywood, other Los Angeles farmers markets. They're working within a much denser urban area. So what they're pulling from in terms of visitation is quite different than what we find here in San Bernardino County, right? It's something I've noticed, especially since COVID. And so really, I try to focus on what makes a successful farmers market is natural traffic and giving things for people to come and return to enjoy, right? So I mentioned earlier our vegan Mexican food vendor, right? There's no vegan dedicated food in Big Bear. Justin here is a vegan. There are multiple people who go just to that vendor for just vegan food. Now, I know the Yucca Valley Outpost does vegan food, and so I'm not making the direct connection, but it's important to have at least something for people to be able to consume on site. Something. And that's what yeah.
And you're right, for me, I am in favor of food trucks. So if I don't go to farmers markets, I'm not the home cook. My wife really enjoys those kinds of things. We'll take the time to enjoy the experience. So I want the experience there, of the farmers market, because I'm going to go over and I'm probably going to get the tamale, and then I'm going to look at other stuff, crafts. I'm more into that. But we can go to these functions and find something of value to both of us to get, and then we enjoy it together by talking about it and living through that. But so I do like the idea of other things, especially the grab and go, I think you called it, or something like that. That's fine. I don't actually believe that we would have a lot of resistance from restaurants in the area because it's a different market for me. If you have a sit down place, I like that. And an example would be one of the things you specifically talked about were breads. And Luna, right next door, has stated that they would enjoy having something like that there. Something that brings vitality to the area. And I do like your plan as proposed, Friday 3 to 8. I think that's perfect. The window of time, I think we may dive deeper into that and talk about it based on the environment. I recognize you talking a lot about Big Bear so far, and I've always considered us very alike based on residential and tourism and the communities and how we live. And we're still small and like locally. How would you compare Big Bear to us, the proposal we're talking about today, and what is their percentage of farmers versus other things in Big Bear that you're successful with?
So, we maintain about an 80-20 range of farmers and food, prepackaged food, to artisans and hot food right now. Now, that changes, in the shoulder seasons. What I mean, like, in October, and April, when we're starting the market up, just because, you're relying heavily on locals. It's Big Bear's, there's a fair amount of second homeowners up there, right? So that's why, 4th of July, we had record numbers on 4th of July at the farmer's market, and, because that's people just visiting. And I feel like the infrastructure here in Yucca Valley is impressive and more advanced than Big Bear. And so I feel like there's a stronger year-round resident here in Yucca Valley that could sustain something. But there is also a fair amount of tourism because of the national park and the allure of seeing Joshua trees and just being here in the desert. There's a mysticism to it. And, I kind of tried to portray that in the logo. And that's what I really kind of want to accentuate. And I think, they've tried a Wednesday farmers market here, right? They've tried it over at the Yucca Valley, at the Joshua Tree Resort Retreat Center, right? Mm-hmm. That no longer operates. One of the reasons why it didn't is because the farmers will come out, but if they're not sustained, they won't keep coming out, right? It costs them a fair amount of money in time, gas, and most importantly, product, because you're talking about a highly perishable product. If the market doesn't take off, then you don't get farm support. And
Just one last question
Sure.
on this, and I'll let you free up time
Sure.
for others. Is there a threshold that is required to call a farmer's market a certified farmer's market? To be
Not-
certified, you have to have a certain percentage of the event dedicated.
No, not in the state of California. So what clarifies as a certified farmer's market is that you submit an application to the Department of Agriculture Weight and Measures. I mean, there's a farmer's market in Oak Hills that has one microgreens farmer, and that's a farmer's market, right?
And
So.
then included with other activities then, right?
Right, so if you went-
have a mix of things, and that little snippet, as long as it's true, it can be considered a certified farmer's market. Okay, I just have heard different angles on that, and I appreciate your comment.
Yeah,
thank
and
you.
that's, they don't care about how many, if you have 100 farms or you have one farm, right? The certification goes through, and you pay a tax on each vendor that goes to the CDFA, and that's what qualifies it as a certified farmer's market. And you.
Clarification.
And the most importantly is that you get audited once a quarter by the Department of Agriculture and Weights and Measures, and they come and audit your farms to make sure that they're growing what they're selling. Because they go and audit the farms, they write down everything they're growing, then they come and check them at the markets. So that's where the audit and the certification comes into play. And then they write down, who else is there and make sure everything's okay. And then there's the environmental health, which is a different inspection, and they're more concerned with the cottage food license, the prepackaged food license, and the temporary hot food license.
All right.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. And I think everybody said pretty much everything and asked all the questions. So I do want to say that would be a nice Yucca Valley entrance sign, your logo. Anyway.
But not at its current location.
Yes, yes, exactly. So thank you, and we're going to discuss now what we came here to discuss is the food truck situation. So thanks a lot for your time.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
So, yes, thank you very much, both of you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I could just, I know Councilmember Schooler brought it up. We're not proposing any change to that 75. So that's not what we're recommending this evening.
Well, personally for me, I think the less food trucks there, the better. I don't know if we want zero or not. Food trucks or food, food, what do you call them, tents or whatever. So the less the better, but we'll see what everybody says. But that's where I'm at right now. So any other council members? You want to discuss the food trucks? What you think about it? That's the main thing, right? We were supposed to decide.
I enjoy the variety of food that food trucks offer. If there's a mix of them, I guess that's hard to determine on an ongoing every week basis who would be available or who would come back. It depends on how they're utilized and if they make enough of a profit to want to come back again. I attend a lot of conferences in the past from my dental experiences and town experiences, and a lot of times they would have an area with food trucks with an unusual mix of things that you can't find in our community, and I would be happy to see that. I don't like the idea of food trucks competing with our local restaurants, but it's hard for me to determine that. I'm in favor of food trucks generally because I like entrepreneurism, and if it works and they can sell their product and it's good, I'm in favor of it. And I don't know how sustainable it is. I haven't been in a farmer's market business before, so I don't know what factors really regulate that. I know that they're an important part of community gathering events. Food is, being from an Italian family, food is where we gathered. We'd come to the table, we'd meet. My dad was always bringing people home that we didn't know, and kids in the neighborhood would come over, and mom would, cook up a bunch of spaghetti and feed everybody, But food and people are an important part of our life, and I'm in favor of as much variety as possible, so I would say yes, as long as it's not competing with the local restaurants, which I do feel have, invested in both the space and the personnel and that sort of stuff that make the cost a little more probably than the food truck.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I have a question for staff. Was this brought back to us because of that we didn't have any other proposals other than, or one of the proposals included food trucks? Because we had given direction about not having food trucks, and then now it's back. Is it because of the applicant?
It was. So during the interview process, it was a distinct philosophical difference. And from a staff perspective, I saw the validation of it. So wanted to have complete confidence in the proposal that we brought forward. So we wanted to, further that conversation.
Yeah, I was one of the ones that definitely didn't want to bring in a competition for the brick and mortar because they made that big investment. And these are small families that invest in these old town properties. It's not big corporations, really. But I also had spoken to some restaurants, and they didn't seem to think it was a big issue having a food truck there because they didn't feel like it was straight, complete competition with them, per se. So that sort of surprised me because, the whole idea of the downtown parking, as Councilmember Schooler said, is to support the small business down there. I think having one-offs, food truck rodeos, or having events where food trucks are there, like our Founders Plaza thing, those are one-offs. I don't think that impacts the local restaurant too badly, and it does bring more traffic down to their area, so it might be offset with visibility and seeing that there's a possibility to dine there later or go shopping and so forth. Again, I'm really torn on it. I felt real strongly one way, and then I felt strongly the other way when I went to that evening event and saw how nice it was. But I think we have two different concepts, and that's what we have to decide. And I wanted a farmer's market that was truly organic, kind of farmer's market that was wholesome and a gathering place. And then, but then it's up to the applicant to find out if it's going to be successful or not. I mean, the worst thing is if we sort of kept food trucks out, we only had one applicant, we could see if it worked and didn't, or, we didn't, or we had the other applicant on a Friday night, but they couldn't have food trucks. But I think the prepared food was different than what we had originally marked at the farmer's market too, that it was a limited amount of like things that were prepared and sold versus fresh produce. But I'm not in that business. These people here are very qualified, so this is not my expertise. And I think Councilmember Schooler has a strong feeling about how to use that downtown area.
Let me make one quick comment. I think what's important too is that it's predictable, it's occurring on the same night every week or every other week or however we determine that, but it needs to be something that is ongoing. So if they need to incorporate different things, I think we have to include some flexibility. Maybe let them try food trucks and see if it's successful. See if the community, if the restaurants in the community have a problem with it. And then modify so that we can get something that works and is sustainable and profitable for those involved and predictable.
Yeah,
every week it happens.
But you have one vendor who says, don't need a food truck, and it's good. and you have
I
another
know.
vendor says it's really necessity.
Yeah.
So it's two different philosophies.
It is, and I like Lori's history, but I think the day to have the,
We're not choosing
we're not choosing a day.
we're not choosing a vendor, are we?
No, no, with the concept. I think Friday nights or weekend kind of event is when we'll capture the most visitors. Friday nights and Saturday nights are extremely busy in the downtown areas.
So you don't mind the food truck idea?
I don't mind the food truck idea.
Yeah, that's all we're looking at. Are we okay or not okay with food trucks? So, Councilmember Schooler.
I think there must be some sort of compromise here that, on a limited basis, I suppose, because, you know, in thinking about it, we had an event last week, we had food trucks, or food vendors. I think if it's limited, maybe we could accept that or make it work. We're going to have other events in that facility, all kinds of different events, car shows and maybe even barbecue and brew events and things like that. So that's food. So I think farmers market kind of has a feel to it that doesn't seem to include, you know, food trucks. And maybe if the layout was such that you don't have carrots and celery, tamales, apples and oranges, you know, and like that, so that maybe they're separated somewhere so that it didn't seem to interrupt the flow of a farmer's market, maybe that would be all right. So I'm like Councilman or Mayor Pro Tem said, the more information I get, the more confused I get on this, a little conflicted. I also, you know, on the Friday night thing, I think Friday nights is kind of a prime time for events. If we have Battle of the Bands, if we have different kinds of things, it's prime time. So that would not be available for any of any other kinds of events. So that's something to consider. I hadn't really warmed up to the idea of Wednesdays, except for I think Lori makes some pretty good argument for considering Wednesdays and maybe not diluting. If you have a farmer's market on Friday night here and another one Saturday morning in Joshua Tree, you might be diluting the audience, you know, somehow. I don't know. If weekend visitors come in and they're looking for a farmer's market, maybe they're going to choose one or the other, not both. So I don't know. I mean, it's a lot to think about, but I am willing to kind of back off a little bit on the food vendors, the food truck concept, if we can find some kind of a compromise to make it happen.
Yeah, I want to say I agree with you, because if we have it on Friday or Saturday, that rules out car shows every week on that day, or whatever kind of thing, a chili cook-off or whatever. Anyway, Councilmember Dennison.
Thank you, Mayor. So there are a lot of good comments, and I was thinking many of the things that you said. So I'm going to try and wrap it up. We had basically Wednesday or Friday, and you're right. I don't want to cannibalize other events that are of similar type. So, you know, we already have the Saturday morning, and Councilmember Schooler just said that. And the other thing is to use up that prime location for events, evening events where we want other gatherings. We just don't want a once a day or a week event. It would take away probably the most popular night, which would be Fridays and Saturday nights of doing events. So that capacity is lost. Alexander Vallejos that came and was speaking, his percentages in his proposal and what we talked about don't fit into our 75-25 at all. It's almost completely reversed, and I don't know how a business would be able to overcome that differential. Lori staying in the business that she knows as a farmer's market, and we are looking for something like that daytime gathering. So, you know, as it stands right now, I like it to leave the ratio the same as it is. We can work with it. We'll figure it out as we move forward. But I don't know how we're even going to consider the secondary speaker's proposal that we saw based on some misinterpretation of those ratios. And then finding out that himself and even me looking at the numbers, it doesn't fit well. So those are the things I think we need to clear up. It's either to readdress it with the secondary speaker to see what that proposal is, but right now I would go with the first one, which is more what we were thinking. Farmers market, it's going to be midweek. It doesn't cannibalize another event. Leaves the site open for other events on the weekends.
So you're not wanting to change the ordinance that we have presently?
Well, we haven't even started using it, and for me to keep changing it before we ever actually experiment with anything and see how it works, I don't know if that's good. We have to make a decision and move forward on it. We have to start somewhere. We have the ability to change it, to move it, if it looks like it's the surrounding companies and the concerns that you all have spoken of, interference with other businesses in there, and like I said, the cannibalization of other events happening. Even if it's not in Yucca, it could just be in our neighboring communities. Those are the things that I'm concerned about when we haven't actually run an official regular event at that location yet. We have that our guidelines right now, and I think to change them before all of our previous discussions can even be utilized, I don't know if that would be the best investment of our time right now. I guess your comments on it also.
All right, thank you. Frank, is it enough information to move forward, or is it too vague? Are we too wishy-washy?
So I think as I hear the numbers, it seems to be 3 that prefer little to no food trucks.
That's me. Little to no, I'm not sure, but little to no, yes.
I think that's the majority of the council, right? And so, what staff, this was a lot of good comments, and, so we'll talk to the vendors on it and bring back a recommendation to the council based on that comment, little to no food trucks. But but those are 2 different, I guess, areas, little to no, right? Is it little? Is it, because philosophically, again, Ms. Herbel, yeah.
Maybe food tents, no trucks.
Yeah, not competing with businesses within the community. I think I heard that too. Not competing against food sandwich shops, Frontier, if you will, and.
I'm not in favor of changing the ordinance at this time, so that would be no food trucks at this time.
Yeah, so we wouldn't have to change the ordinance, so that's not what we're proposing to change the ordinance.
Yeah, if I'm correct in hearing that, and that's what I was thinking. We still have 25% capacity to do other things outside of the farmer's market. We can do that. It just depends on what the ratio is of the event. You have to have some numbers to get anything with the 25.
Okay, are we done?
Yeah, I think I have enough that we could bring it back for a recommendation.
Okay, so we'll look at it in the future. Thank you.
To everyone that came and spoke.
And thanks for taking all that in, Frank.
Did we narrow down the day that we want it, whether it's, we're going to do that another time?
And I heard actually a change on that to a midweek, so that's what I heard from the majority, not to cannibalize that Friday.
All right, well, thank you.
Am I out of order to say something?
Yeah, I guess so. Sorry. Well, it's fine. You can talk to us after, so individually.
We're about ready to wrap up this meeting.
So now, are there any future agenda items that the council would like to bring up? Anything in the future? Councilmember Score.
We had some comments and pictures of the BMX track tonight, and I'd like to maybe get a report on what's the status of the BMX track, if it's going to be operational or not. When I drive over there, it looks abandoned, which it is, and if we've got homeless situation there, we probably need to figure out what we're going to do with that property, and if there's any operators knocking on our door, I'd kind of like to know what we're doing with that.
Does that sound good, Curtis? Future agenda item?
Yeah, I think actually we can provide you a staff update into your boxes initially, and then if there's additional ancillary discussion, we can follow up with that.
Perfect. Nothing else? Okay, let's go to the Animal Shelter Committee report. I think we start with Jim Schooler on that.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Animal Shelter Review Committee met on September 18th, and the agenda included continued evaluation of the changes regarding the level of staffing for the animal care and control operations. Also included right-sizing the operation to assist in delivering the policy recommendations that we came up with. Agenda also included RFP for veterinary services, and based on, there was discussion about that. And Mayor, feel free to jump in if I'm missing anything. There was significant public comment shared with the council and with staff about the pace of the improvements that we're
Yes.
making, and also specific individual cases of individual animals. But we are making continuous progress. We did outline that. Staff did a good job of outlining progress that we made. There is a remaining task list, and it's important to realize that what has been done and what is yet to be done. So we need some perspective on that. And I appreciate the press release that the staff sent out on October 31st or 21st. October 21st, no. Yeah, October 21st, that went out outlining progress that's been made and status of the initiatives that we developed as a council, and also appreciate the animal shelter update that staff has produced to continue the communication on that. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Curtis, staff, to follow up on where we're at.
Thank you, Councilmember Schooler, Chair Schooler, for the committee. I think you covered most everything. I would just add a couple of updates. Spay-neuter events, we've had two. We had one that concluded yesterday that was a resounding success. So the community has taken those, advantage of those very quickly when they're announced, filled them up, and we will likely consider that as additional opportunities into the new year. As you know, the town town staff is still underway with the animal care and control manager recruitment. That process is moving forward. A number of you were with me at the League of California Cities annual conference. I did have the opportunity to have a pretty good conversation with a couple of individuals from the Best Friends. They had their booth there. I don't know if you saw that. Had the chance to touch base with Lisa and Alicia. Had really good conversation, meaningful, and we will continue to engage with them as we are able to incorporate some potential ideas that they may have. And then lastly, we continue to move forward with operational partnerships, considering them particularly with some of our local organizations here that might be able to assist us in our mission of increasing live release rates. So that's it, Mayor.
Along those lines, I'm curious to know if the town ever received any claims for expenditures related to any of the rescues at our shelter?
That's a great question, Councilmember. We have not received any claims. You'll recollect that specifically with rescues, normally the accepting organization or the accepting individual does sign a waiver and acknowledgement of potential costs. But specific to your question, we have not received any claims for any of the costs associated, particularly or specifically with, for example, the Joshua Tree No-Kill Shelter.
Okay, well, if I could suggest that, if there are such claims, that we look into participation in resolving those claims.
That's a direction the council would be happy to
That'd be my
move that
suggestion.
forward.
And is there any, I hate to say, but like, how would I say it? Like, any projection, like, for a shelter manager, like how long it might be?
We're in the final stages of the first round of recruitment, so let me just put it that way. It's premature to kind of ballpark where we're at.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? No? Okay, let's go on to public comment. So, the town council takes this time to consider your comments on items of concern which are not on the agenda. When you are called to speak, please state your name and community of residence. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Inappropriate behavior which disrupts, disturbs, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting will result in forfeiture of your public comment privileges. The town council is prohibited by state law from taking action or discussing items not on the printed agenda. So we can't respond to you. And we ask that you address your questions to us, not to staff, or your comments. We can't answer, it's not a question, but your comment to us. So let's go ahead. Is there anyone, Leslie, that signed up?
Yes, we have quite a few. Susie, why don't you come on up real quick first?
I just, actually, I just came up here to make a little announcement. Let me get my phone. I wasn't expecting this. Well, shoot. Okay. Machines. Okay, here I go. So our church, my church, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, this year is setting up, they're called giving machines, and they started out, I think this is about the 5th or 6th year, where they set machines up like in malls and places where there are a lot of people, and the machines are set up so that you give money or whatever to buy a pig for somebody in South Africa or something like that. So they've got one this year at Tyler Mall. And I just want to read real quick what it says. Every year, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints invites the world to celebrate and commemorate the birth and life of Jesus Christ. The church introduced does this light the world? Oh, no, here it is. Okay. Giving machines are customized at red vending machines with a twist. Instead of dispensing a product to consume, they allow people to donate tangible items to help those in need, whether they live across the street or around the world. It says, giving machines is a unique, fun, and memorable way to do an instant act of kindness for someone in need. Local and global nonprofit organizations must meet strict criteria to participate. Items most needed by those in organizations are selected, such as food, clean water, shelter, agricultural items, seeds, trees, farming tools, clothing, healthcare, education, bedding, hygiene kits, and job and career training. Livestock such as chickens, goats, pigs, ducks, sheep, and beehives can also be purchased. And this is just so fun because you can go, and it's just like going and getting a candy bar or a Coke out of a machine, but it's stuff for people who live all over the world. Over the last, well, they've been doing it since 2017, and they have donated over $44 million in goods and services. And the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints distributes 100% of every donated, every contribution to the participating nonprofits. And the church covers all operating costs and receives no financial benefit from the initiative. Participating nonprofits are prohibited from using more than 10% of their giving machine receipts to cover their overhead expenses.
Thank you, Susie.
Anyway, and it's at Tyler Mall.
Thank
and
you.
They're going to start November 28th.
We appreciate it. Thank you so much. Next.
So next we have Carolyn Lee. And we're going to be providing you a microphone.
Oh, it's hard to see everybody from down here. First of all, I'd like to say good evening, especially to Mayor Jeff. I'd like to also say good evening to the council members and the town managers, who are very, very important. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of my neighbor who is unable to speak. In 2023, she went online searching for a dog to adopt. The only dogs available on Pet Finder in this area at the time were housed at the Joshua Tree No-Kill shelter. She ended up finding a dog at the San Jacinto shelter. She's aware that you started listing some of the adoptable dogs, but not all of them. Just recently, that same dog that she adopted, Jackie, went missing for 8 days. 8 days. Out in the wild, alone, hungry, and injured to some degree, from a car that struck her doing over 25 miles an hour on a city street in a residential area. Jackie was very popular, especially on social media, in the local shops and retail outlets where her picture was. Everyone saw the missing poster along the streets as well. Our beautiful desert animal-loving community showed me just how much they really care about animals. As a lot of people were out searching for Jackie, especially Susan Harrington, who she went to help for, my friend. Jackie may never have made it home if it wasn't for this community and Susan's time, dedication, and guidance. We're all a small community who want the best for all animals, especially the ones who, for whatever reason, make their way to our system shelters. She strongly believes that we can all work together to make great improvements in our shelter. Let us help you. Let us volunteer. Take over some of the menial responsibilities so that we can free up your time for better use. Have you heard the famous quote that came from Gandhi, the famous man? Well, I'll tell you what he said. The greatness of a nation can be judged.
I hate to cut you off, but your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. You're welcome.
Next we have Cheryl Contopoulos and then Susan Herring.
By how it treats its animals. Howdy. Cheryl Contopoulos, Yucca Valley. I've been emailing people, so I'm trying not to touch on those points. The community behind me, some of which had to leave, are here because of the continued concerns. Yes, you can list things accomplished, but there are things that are in the works. There are only a few things that are accomplished. There's no deliverable dates, there's no progress. It could be green, yellow, and red. I mean, simple, it doesn't have to be a percentage, but it's tangible. And so you have people who are concerned, and we all pretty much know the situation at the shelter, and with no updates, then that's when we're gonna start falling apart or bugging you more. Because we're concerned. So I'm going to address the Dobermans, the 3 Dobermans that were briefly mentioned. They were sent to VCA to be euthanized because they had diarrhea. VCA fortunately refused and sent them back with medication. Those dogs were not listed anywhere. They were not in rescue only. They were in this abyss that we don't know, where there's like dozens of dogs now that are still not listed. So those 3 Dobermans are now on the adoptable list. Adoptable versus euthanized. We've never received an answer on, and this was brought up in September, on what was going on. I'm sorry, I'm either tired, or I'm like really pissed, or I'm just emotional right now. The No Dog Left Behind, Howdy was the bottom, that was the low. We all agreed that won't happen again. But I feel the Dobermans are a representation of what did happen again. And those are just the ones we know about. sorry, there are 51 dogs listed right now between the stray hold, rescue only, and pet finder. 51 dogs. I don't know how many dogs are there right now, but I know there's more than that. There have been no cats for over a month. There are no postings since September. I know there are cats there because I went and saw them on Friday, and they need rescuing because they were withdrawing already. The committee, when it was in place, on your website, it says to enhance the care and services of the shelter, and the newly formed committee is dedicated to reviewing shelter operations, engaging with the community, and exploring opportunities for improvement through open workshop-style discussions. Nobody agreed that we wouldn't show up at any meetings if there were no new updates, because for me, it's the old business. That's where the concern is. Pray to God there's no new business to deal with. It's just still the ongoing. I want to thank Michelle Gardner very much for the lack of my fingerprints and still getting me a volunteer status. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon.
Susan Herring, and then we'll have James Porter.
Good evening. I'm going to repeat some of the things from this morning. Right on your document, right here on your agenda, you have a mission statement. It says, provide a government that is responsive to its citizens. Responsive to its citizens. Do you all agree with that? You must. It's on your mission statement. So to our dismay, when you guys canceled the subcommittee meeting, we were all in dismay and very disappointed, especially since the last meeting, there were endless questions made to Shane that we didn't get responses to. So when you canceled it and the press release came out that said canceled because no new information, it was like there is a ton of old info that hasn't been resolved and answered. So again, I'm going to mention to you what I've harped on for months and months and months. And by the way, making us sit for 3.5 to 4 hours endlessly, month after month, borders on sadistic and unethical and unprofessional. And Z1077, I hope you quote me, because your room has been full of people in this community that care about our shelter and how it's operated and the animals that are housed there. And yes, they are housed there. It is a warehouse, and that's all it is right now. Why? Because you're not even updating Pet Finder. Your Pet Finder right now hasn't been updated on stray animals for a month. So how are people, just like that speaker that just spoke, supposed to know what animals you have there? If you are selling your home, do you think you're going to just put a sign outside your door and hope people are going to come along and buy your house? No, of course not. You're going to list it on the MLS system. Well, how do you think people are going to find out what dogs you have in the shelter? And I hear Shane say it over and over. We have too many dogs. We have over 100 dogs. Well, do something on your front end. Resolve it on the front end. Take the 5 to 10 minutes per dog and get it every day on the front end so the people in your community can look at what you have in the shelter. And then maybe your animals will start moving faster than they are. Thanks.
Thank you, Susan.
Yep, James Porter, and then Melissa Spur.
Hi, James Porter. Obviously, I know all you guys. So let me start with, on July 15th, during the final operational review of the shelter, Curtis said, quite frankly, the town missed the mark quite badly in the care and shelter of the dog, Howdy. It left more questions than answers for the town. During the last committee meeting, we asked for the status of the investigation that was suggested as one of the 5 recommendations following the discovery of Howdy and the review. I'm curious where that investigation stands. Do we have answers now to those questions, or did we just let those go? Of course, I believe that we just let those go, which is the wrong approach. I want to speak about 3 specific recommendations. Take any and all action necessary to thoroughly investigate allegations of neglect and mistreatment of animals in the shelter. Has that investigation started? Has it happened? Will it ever happen? That's for the council to sort out. Identify and engage a third-party review of shelter practices. Where does that stand? Examine the current operating structure of the shelter and decide basically whether Yucca Valley, the county, or a nonprofit is the right way moving forward. And I'm curious if any of those things have happened. We talked about those during the last committee meeting, and specific to number 2, the status of the investigation, I asked Shane about it. He said he didn't have any information on that. The council members there did not have any information on that. And I know there's folks who would like to know that. I too am disappointed that the animal committee meeting was canceled. I was told by a person here that one of our council members joked that James Porter said that he was going to encourage people not to attend if it was run like a town council meeting. That's embarrassing that a council member would say that, but I'm glad that I have that much power. If you've decided to cancel meetings because my opinion of how they run is that important, I hope you will not cancel the next one. November 20th, a week before Thanksgiving, your community is ready. We will be there. You better be there. December 18th, a week before Christmas, your community is ready. We will be there, and you better be there. Let me use my last minute to discuss where we go next. Obviously, things are not working. They're not moving forward. This dog right here, it's a little hard for you to see. You can look at the picture close up. His name was Midnight, adopted from the Yucca Valley shelter this week, severely malnourished, neglected, covered in feces when he was picked up. This is a habitual, ongoing problem. We need to step up our approach to how we address this. So I'm going to encourage our community to be at the Yucca Valley Community Center on November 7th at 5 p.m. and let's line the red carpet for the film festival with photographs of all of these dogs coming out of the shelter, starved, neglected, mistreated, abused, so that the world, anybody watching, can see what's happening. I looked up James Morrison, the actor who's coming to that, quite the animal lover. I am going to reach out to his representative and send all the pictures of these dogs and tell him, know what you're getting into. I'm sick of doing this, and it's time to step it up for us.
Thank you, James.
Melissa Spur.
Good evening, Melissa Spur, Joshua Tree. I wish I didn't have to be here again tonight. Something you should know about me, I'm a profoundly lazy homebody who hates speaking in public. So it really says something that someone like me felt compelled to get off my couch and come down here when animal shelter issues first became known. And then I'm back again because this town still doesn't seem to be getting it right. Many of us had high hopes after the Kill Happy shelter manager retired and an animal shelter subcommittee was formed. But now those committee meetings are being canceled while the public is left in the dark about hiring, promised volunteer programs, and foster programs. And the town continues to neglect updating the found pages, pets pages, listing adoptable animals, and reaching out to rescues. There have also been a number of severely undernourished dogs, as James mentioned, coming out of this shelter. And there's the deeply concerning incident Cheryl mentioned involving Deputy Town Manager Shane Stuckel, who reportedly took the 3 otherwise healthy Dobermans to the VCA and asked that they be euthanized simply because they had diarrhea. Fortunately, the vet refused. But Mr. Stuckel's kill first, ask questions never approach seems to reveal his attitude about shelter animals. Mr. Stuckel was also the direct supervisor of the infamous former shelter manager whose actions led to so many unnecessary deaths. That makes him the common thread in the shelter's ongoing problems, whether through poor oversight, lack of care, or complicity. This is seriously worrying. This is my dog, Emmy. And we live in Joshua Tree. We've never lost her, thankfully, but if she ever did get loose, I hope to God she would run eastward toward 29's Palms, because I honestly fear what might become of her if she ended up at the Yucca Valley shelter. The animal shelter is the most important responsibility the town has because it involves the lives of living beings who depend entirely on your decisions. The town seems to perpetually complain about the shelter overcrowding, yet you're not taking action, or urgent action to stop it. What will it take for Yucca Valley to finally approach this issue with the compassion and urgency it deserves? I'm tired of having to come down here and speak about something the town should have handled long ago. So please, address the shelter's issues with efficiency, urgency, and competency so that I can get back to my couch. Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Is there anyone else, Leslie?
I have a written comment here from Candace Moulton. She left a little bit ago, but her comments will be registered in the minutes. So
Okay.
I have no other request cards.
Okay, and do we have anybody online? Nobody? Okay, well, that's it. We'll close public comments. Let's go with staff reports and comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a couple of updates for you this evening. Jessica, you want to start with your announcement for this weekend?
Yes, I wanted to let the council know that we are going to be hosting, once again, a community cleanup event. It's going to be this Saturday from 8 to 12, and it's going to be at the Burtech Transfer Station. It's going to be a community cleanup and also a shredding event. So I wanted to let everybody know to bring, clean out your garage, clean out whatever you need to clean out and get rid of, and you can take it to the transfer station and get rid of it for free. And we're also going to be planning another one in the spring where it will be our combo community cleanup and compost giveaway event again, like we did last spring. So just wanted to let everybody know.
Thanks, Jess. Appreciate that. Sergeant Scalise, thanks for coming this evening. Any updates for our town council this evening? All right.
No, sir, not this evening. I did want to make a very short comment and note some appreciation from the department in support of National Night Out that we held last week. We had a very good turnout.
Terrific. Thank you, and thank you for putting that on. It's pretty important. Mr. Lucchino, Mr. Kishta, anything? Shane, this evening? Okay. Council, just a couple of comments. We've been here a late hour. I do thank you for your patience this evening. Appreciate your participation in the league conference. That was great. Our Yucca Valley ARC tour this morning was terrific. We'll be having another one. We had the opportunity on Saturday night to gather with the Unity Home and some of the needs that they have. And it's just very encouraging and enlightening to see organizations in our community that are dedicated to the well-being, in this case, of domestic abuse victims, women and children. And so the work that they were doing was encouraging and inspiring to hear. On Wednesday of last week, Assemblymember Greg Wallace held a community engagement event here. We had about 180 people here that were engaged on the Western Joshua Tree, understanding the current status. The Department of Fish and Wildlife had their staff here. They presented remotely and then answered questions for about 45 minutes. I think some of the frustrations that the community had in terms of the difficulty in permitting, in land use for their property, all of those came out and were evident for the department to see. Since then, we've had some constructive conversations with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So we continue to stay engaged on that topic, and we'll do so. And then lastly, for the community this evening, we've identified, as Councilmember Schooler mentioned earlier, just a checklist of some of the items that the town has been moving forward on our shelter. Obviously, we haven't solved all of our issues yet, but we've done many of them. Expanded rescue group outreach, increased community awareness through our shelter, through social media, our website, local newspaper. Had over 11 pet adoption events. We've initiated the volunteer recruitment, so when that is ready to move forward, we'll be doing that. As I've indicated earlier this evening, exploring expanded partnership opportunities with our local shelter organizations. Another initiative, reducing adoption fees on many of our animals to low or no cost, and those are continuing and ongoing. And then we talked already about the 2 free spay-neuter events. So the town council's support and commitment is continuing, and we will continue to move in that direction. That concludes our comments this evening, Mayor. Again, thank you to the entire council for your patience this evening as we work through some somewhat nebulous policy discussion items this evening.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Dennison, you have anything you want to say?
Okay, trying to navigate it. Not this evening. I just want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to attend remotely. I appreciate it.
It was nice having you up in the cloud there. Let's see here, Councilmember Lombardo.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I want to thank the community for giving me the opportunity to attend the League of Cities in Long Beach with several of the other council members. I made an important contact there with Lori Wilson, the chairperson of the State of California Transportation Committee, and exchanged some information on new upcoming technology that may be really useful for Yucca Valley's airport and may allow us to get some extra funding to improve our airport for the new technologies of vertical transport, which will be coming in the future. It's kind of like an air taxi drone type thing, and they're trying to connect local small airports with regional airports like Palm Springs and in San Bernardino, Ontario Airport, those kind of things, with an air taxi. And I think it could be really useful for Yucca Valley. So thank you for the opportunity to attend that, and that's it for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schooler.
Just one thing, just wanted to thank staff, all over town staff, for the event at Founders Plaza the other night. It was a good job. Kind of helps to fulfill the vision that we had in the first place, and I know there was a lot of work that everybody put in on that, so just thank you for that, and that's all tonight.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone who attended tonight. I also want to thank all the citizens that spoke at the public comments. Very clear, concise, the questions that you have. So I saw staff and subcommittee members writing down those questions and looking to give you answers. I think it's really the least we can do is communicate clearly on the progress we are making. I am proud of the progress that has happened so far, but again, nothing moves fast enough for all of us. Also, I believe that it's really important that we continue to keep the lines of communication open because we're all really trying to go in the same direction, and hopefully we can all share that same vision. I think the input that we've gotten from past meetings was really eye-opening, and there was a lot of room for improvement, so I appreciate everyone sitting through that long meeting and posing very clear statements to us, and it's much well received when it's done so well and respectfully. As far as the League of South California Cities, I also was able to attend. It's very, very beneficial for us to get with other common cities and find out issues. Animals are one of the issues that's plaguing a lot of different areas and how they're handling those. But one of the things I was encouraged is there's a large group, and I found out that about 50% of all cities within the state of California are around 40,000 or less. 50%, almost 50%. And so there's a group that is wanting to get a coalition of small cities to get together and have representation for the California League of Cities to have influence, because the issues of huge Long Beach and all those other large municipalities are so much different than the small rural and small cities. And also you have to remember, you can be a small city of 18 or 20 or 30,000, but you can also have an average income or household of millionaires in your community. So not all issues are going to be the same, but it really would be helpful for us to have some political power within the League of California Cities, because there's the ones who push forward to legislators issues that would help us. So again, things like having things like, the Joshua Tree issue or the clean water issue or getting funding for infrastructure because we don't have those $1 million residents. We need help from the state, and to get that kind of legislation moving forward would be important. And then also, things that come along the lines of districting. It just doesn't make sense that we have a small town and we have to have these little different districts, and we get less participation of people wanting to run for council because it's all chopped up. So maybe getting some legislation to get rid of districting for small communities, and I see the value of having districts in large communities because there is a highly populated area that may be Latin American or Asian or whatever the population would be, and they need that representation. But with small towns, we're pretty much all together. We all are in the same boat. So hopefully that'll take legs, and I will definitely get involved with that kind of committee if they are able to form it. But other than that, thank you for everybody attending, and thank you for being so patient with us.
I just want to say thanks, everyone, for your comments. We always appreciate it, and all the input from the farmers market. And just want to say, it sounds hokey, but I'm proud of my town. So here we go. The next meeting of the Yucca Valley Town Council, the schedule. The next meeting is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025 at 5 p.m. right here in the Yucca Room. Meeting adjourned.